analysis. I modify the speed to make it look right, and you see the two compare together, and any factor change that shows it is correct for Earth. This is one of the things. It was correct in footage, wrong with my factor change. I realized I had the incorrect factor change in that one spot. We change it just for the small portions that the object is falling. You cannot tell. It plays clearly. Another example. It's wrong in my factor change. Quantify it just when the object falls. You cannot notice. You have to see the factor change at the bottom. Same analysis for sand. Lots of opportunities. Wrong in the footage, modified by this factor at the bottom to make it look correct. And then my modification factor change for the Earth speed. It is correct. Just don't have a few examples of this. Be prepared. And of course, you can look at the clip for reference and go analyze it yourself. Here you can see the astronaut jumping into the sand faster. Only a few astronauts jumping, so I mentioned speed change quite a lot. Their speed changes. Here we see Sam astronaut running away. Did you notice the fake that he used several speed changes? Here is an actual footage. It looks reasonable. He's moving fast, but watch. It will suddenly go in slow motion. That was presented to us by NASA. Here I found it because I used another time factor. It looks ridiculous, and then it looks normal back there. Footage and the camera captures it at different speed, and then you can extract different patterns to create different FPS pieces of film. These are all as a model of the set. It's an opportunity for enterprising science students to analyze the footage for themselves at the landing sites. In fact, the intelligence service NGA has been developed out of this. Here's a computer model of surface footage. And that was quite accurate, extensive. Here they included in the background. Photographs of footage captured by the cameras. You can see evidence of these sets. We can find evidence for it. The use of sets. These are kind of photograph joy. Astronaut danced in a circle. I call it a dance. And actually, because of the overlap, we can also extract stereo images. And This is also because of the limitation theory of photography, allowed and not easily deduced as a set. Or it could be claimed as the limits of photography itself. As we further go, talking about the wires and in training and the balance between counterweight versus frame speed. And when we analyze the footage, the test footage will clearly match the modern NASA footage of Earth. And it does the simulator footage. Because of the low gravity, friction was reduced. You don't see much of that in NASA footage. In fact, the extraordinary abilities granted by such low gravity are hardly discernible in the footage. Then we will look at the footage that reveals the use of wire. One wire at the top. There are the equations shown. This is a lot of footage captured by the lunar rovers, photographed as well as back camera footage. Here we see the stabilized and sped up. It looks normal. The moon buggy looks like it's on an Earth set. Here again, it's sped up, and it looks like someone's driving fast on a set. It's also quite possible this was a model. More analysis will be necessary to determine which is which. The generated footage adds stop motion animation, the camera inside the model. Look at how that looks real to me. All made computer controlled camera. I believe they use larger models in simulation of the Apollo roves. These tiny models show extraordinary results. And this is a computer controlled animated camera. This is a fighter pilot flight simulator camera flying over a model, and they actually use the same technology to train the astronauts for the Apollo missions. That's a blue model. Flight simulator camera player, same build. They had a camera, here it is, running over a model of the moon surface. Because they actually, the surface they would be driving on, they had two cameras, two views with one camera is going up and down as if the car, quite incredible technology, is there nearly as well as it was in the homes. They had a complete setup, giant circular moon models, and they got failed for closer landing. This is all set up for safe landing. They had a giant simulator. They utilized real-time cameras operated by the astronauts. This is an accurate photographic model of the moon. actually used an emulator. You can see how large it is, and I believe this is small compared to the models they actually used in the homes. Here is an example of it being utilized in a simulator. These are just photographs from the simulator. Quite extraordinary, and you will reference to see how easily that it was utilized. This is the man I believe responsible for visual effects in Douglas. We'll show you the brief history. There's plenty of information on the internet about him. I just mostly wanted to introduce him. We have a lighting footage. This is specifically in Apollo 12. There was a dust blast. But on Apollo 14, you can see the difference in the lighting in the craters. Because before the dust hits, it's a model. After the dust, it's the set. The lander was on. This is mission control. Very few there even knew it was a hoax. Only the astronauts who were only allowed, as well as the camera operator, because obviously the camera was recording, not live operated, and as well as agents. Only a few agents of mission control. Gravity analysis is obviously the most important, but I think some orientation is necessary. If you understand what's going on when you look at the footage, the place to begin is the moon's surface. Obviously, no atmosphere or water, which of course means no planet life. The brightest photography, apparently stars aren't visible. No water also means no erosion.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
you?
I'm well. Are you ready for me?
Yes. Yep, let's go.
You-
I get sleepy. Yep, there we go. Where's Brandon?
I don't know.
Okay, you got this, Rabbi. Get it.
There we go. That's a good pair.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very tough split.
You can get one.
Oh, come on. Should have got that. Look at you. High five.
Thank you. Come on. Yeah, one. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Come on.
Good. Knock that one down.
Get it. I'll take it.
Where is going on with me? Okay, you got it. Go ahead, Rabbi. Got to take the lead. Yay, you win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Yep, I still win.
Yes, you did. Bad. Get it.
Ooh, good stick.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I win you win, Miss Aquarius. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
you're welcome. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty. Sweet dreams to you. And we will play tomorrow, God willing.
Okay, guys, we'll play tomorrow.
Excellent.
All right.
Night, night.
Yeah, I'm going to socialize.
Okay.
Brandon and I here. I stay here.
Thank you, Miss Aquarius.
You're welcome. Hey, mute myself. Night.
Night, night.
colors are present at the same time. This is what many of you are used to at this point when you saw a TSC video. Clear. Sometimes a little blurry. You can see what it looks like. This is much more refined. There it is, just a shaky camera. Now we show rainbow motion blur. This is a disc spinning captured red green, and the red green and blue are combined all three together. And we have white. Here you can see the different colors. If you combine them, between the close up, they get to be balanced, greater one again. And you saw the colorful. That's because of the imbalance. That was purposefully done. So now the more natural it looks, the faster, the more rainbow it will. And we can have the glow effect as well as the residual image. Did you get something very similar? Example, a few seconds type of footage. Here is similar with video compression pattern. So you can see why does their image look so purposely done to disguise but it will be added to direct examples of the rainbow motion blur. The faster the object moves, the higher the contrast. White over black becomes very obvious. Gray over. Some of these are looping. That's why you see them repeating because they're just short clips. Presentation. You'll see it throughout the analysis, except in a few cases, which I have put them in the appendix so that you can see the full presentation of the clips. But in this case, there are a few enough clips that are showing the entire presentation that I think is advantageous. And then we'll go through this. I will. Yellow and subdued will not be utilized in this analysis. Which one do you like? Look at the theory is stored. Crap. And of course, those are my lives. Our factors changed except comparison. This, I don't know. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's very slow. I just wanted to show you so you can. There's a shimmer in other. This is, of course, very slowed down so that you can see multiples. It's not very straightforward. We may never completely understand how to generate this imagery, but we have enough control to analyze for gravity. You can see the severe compression as well as distortion. Because of the white shovel over the darker gray background, the rainbow motion blur is more easily noticeable. This is the kind of distortion that you can see. It helps disorient the viewer well.
That's not my guy. I'll watch it. I still like to get something like this. You said to say that. You said to say that. No, he's a fucking liar. I took that verse. I took that verse and jerked him off to completion. Thank you very much.
They're saying you never gave me a blowjob. Now you're just like, I jerked you off. Is that all you done?
No.
What else?
Put it in my butt, put it in my nose. Everything. You entered all the
That's kind of
Frames this will give us different frames per second. Recreate frames per second. Frames per second depending on the time you choose. That's very significant in how this hoax was accomplished. Here are all the specific frames per second I've extracted from the footage that I believe were utilized.
I gotta read it, but I never have a drink it. Yeah, a whole drink there. What is that? Yep, toast me. I might not finish off before you. You're right.
Here you can see the pattern of the frames and the ones that have some in-between frames which use the rainbow effect mentioned earlier. What an extraordinary setup. Very efficient and effective. You can see examples of those frames per second playing at 24 frames per second.
You got your phone, like, pick your phone up. I don't even know what you're talking about. Put it in your purse.
So you different speeds of action. 34 frame 24. How it was captured, or the speed it was captured or generated at versus the speed I played it at. Those are the factors of frame length. And these are the factors of frame length that were utilized, that I utilized to reverse their slow motion.
Provided various benefits. Garrisons allow players to construct buildings based on the professions,
See
manage
the 44
followers.
frames per second. It is the main film speed, and the others that were used in specific instances. Here we see them all, those frames per second, modified by the factors I showed. Some time frame changes used of 144 because that was 30 frames per second. But I added stuttering, which you'll find in some of the footage. There's a film from the moon. Did some time changes where it actually went backwards in time and started up again. It remained in sync. That's a phenomenon I think should be explored more, but of course it won't because it wasn't real as the viewer and me think like it was coming from gravity analysis. Here you can see and show you how I came up with my graphic for analyzing the gravity. It includes Earth gravity, and the red is moon gravity. You can see an obvious dimmer while blue objects fall faster. You won't see the analysis. I'm just showing you how this graphic was generated. The footage matched up to the astronauts so that the asteroid, you should familiarize yourself with the number on the graphic. They represent frames. The object you take is certain to fall every time. There is no gravity does not change. And the frames per second, 24 frames per second here presented at 30 frames per second. It's the same as 1 second of their time, and you can tell by the sound signal how many frames it would take an object to fall on the moon in a certain number of frames at a certain distance. It doesn't change. But here we have astronauts jumping for various reasons. Locomotion, fun, who knows? There obviously was no jumping. The first three that I could obtain, mostly an A-17 here. And of course, they had the astronauts open to my analysis. So was accurate to the moon. Earlier, about 46% of the weight staying up on wire was quite the same as the wire simulation. Weightless quality, or excuse me, lower weight quality. But of course combined with it, which was 44 at the exact speed. Here we wanted her at the top head because no matter what part of the astronaut you met, you look at it, as long as you clearly designate where it is, the beginning and ending of the jump. You're also thinking the beginning of the jump to the apex where it stops going up to where you land. If you question my choice of these, there's not much I can do about that. But I was as accurate as I could be. You can see I matched up the astronaut to the graphic based on where the feet were located. And if they were leaning forward at the top of the pattern, it's where the top is. And if you see it leaning over, that is very accurate. The pattern doesn't really go much over that. The astronaut's head, based on where the astronaut is located in the suit. Eye level advisor.
Next to the many whatever future topics like intergravity definitely.
Appreciate that. Why not go ahead and put out this Yeah, for the most part, I can show you some ones I just did, drills,
Thanks, Alex.
You just saw the classic hammer effect. That was one of many. Several dozen here. And they literally harassed the missions. And there were quite a few opportunities because they were walking around the wires, running around the wires, and acting very comfortable where it's a pretty dangerous environment. So obviously I didn't handle these. All is really analyzing. You can, I'll show you after the presentation of these. See which ones dissolve away as yellow. The ones that did not include, and as you can take closer and see, you'll find something different. And here we go. We should eliminate the ones I cannot analyze. We're left with quite a few that I can. Roles are significant. Even the ones we have a bunch. This is wrong. It says 8 to 19 frames in the footage. Here we go, side by side. And you can see the modified one definitely falls slower as it should on a move. And here is my factor of 5 to 4 slow down here. And it is correct. You can always repeat these. Pause, replay. If you want to see it again, I only show them to make it modified it to make it 30. Here you see some of the earlier. It's Apollo 14. You can see the incredible distortion of the footage. It's really incredible. I tried to hide. The footage itself is all
don't see it.
Third, you can see the change.
Here's my quote.
Longer and slower.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rich French coming in with a 27 hour roll.
Quite often, the NASA stuff and I modified. And you can see the difference. So I'm just running through these again and again and again. It just keeps going on. You can look at these more closely. I just wanted to present them to you so that you can do more careful analysis of my analysis. I would like to see it here in red if you didn't already notice. Almost every time. And I'll show you why soon. Those are not correct. These are some tricky fellows who created this footage. This is quite extraordinary. Looking at it now, I wish yellow 15 was all. That's why he's got to review happening here. I put it there as a reference. Usually I've done stabilization enough that you can measure. Here you can see the lens distortion, really obviously because of the stabilizer. And here you can see how the same objects in the background get distorted as they approach the edge of the frame. And these are the past this ordinary things. What's happening here is there's wrong in my footage. And it was like, why is that? Well, I noticed the factor change at the bottom. 0.41 equals 0.54, 0.41 back to 0.54. They changed the factor during the throw. The object movement disintegrated the balloon. Proper speed, then it jumped back. You can't tell. They may not be doing these for this. There's a whole section of space change. You can see how one can use that technique to disguise their methods. Again, you can see the factor change. This is a murder movie, but it's clear to me. You can see that I have multiple versions of the crowd. One is in the background. You can see I have two astronauts because I'm trying to measure how far it went. I do the factor change and it works. was in slow motion. The speed change right. You can see extreme popping, bumping up of the footage. Here's the classic event. Now we get to the sand. Basically, when I did my analysis, I looked through all the footage several times. And anytime I found sand falling, marked it and separated it out as a clip. So here's what we're seeing if I found sand falling. Says, you see, I limited it to the ones I could, though I could analyze, because of the looking of the image. Especially sand separates, unless you get a closer indication of when it starts to stop going up or going down. You really can't analyze it. Sometimes you can. You don't need where it stops. You just need enough frames so that you can say, I've seen it move. And again, as we get further emissions, A17, almost the case, it has more. They're all we're 40 frames. It is very blurry, very difficult. I would go back and forth and see the changes on the ground wherever I did and insert where the sand hit, even if it's totally off of frame. That's minor compared to what we're seeing here. Watch closely, compare the different rate falling in these images. It is easy to see that this footage that has been to us was in fact slowed down and then sped back up again to match the gravity on the lunar surface. It would correct seeing that the sand is actually in Earth's gravity, as shown in these examples. Watch as this astronaut drops the sand from the shovel that he's trying to get into the sample bag. Notice the difference in the astronaut versus the right frame. You cannot have that happen in gravity. This was clearly filmed on the Earth. You can see the difference when I stopped before it hit the ground. I couldn't read clear when it hit the ground. But you can clearly analyze at any point here that the rate is the same on those frames. I encourage you to do your own analysis of these two frames and the ones that will follow. What you will find will be very interesting indeed. In these frames, watch the sand and sand at the right. Again, please notice the clip. It's right Determine for yourself what's going on. Try to keep a mental note of how many times you are seeing things fall in this clip. Note the different rates at which the sand falls on the left, come to the right, and then back to the middle. Back to the middle. Sand behaves as if it was in Earth gravity. Slow down and then spell up again, and then slow down. Do you realize how many times we're seeing things fall here at the wrong speed in the NASA footage? This is not a fluke. This is clear evidence this imagery is fake. This is an interesting dilemma I had to determine on top of the instrument length. And then, to help aid myself with the analysis, I used one of my gravity balls. You can see it matches up. It doesn't match up according to my analysis. You can see it disappear, and it's a great time to pull up these clips. He did a lot of shoveling, so I have a lot of opportunities to measure. It's wrong every time, and speed it up again to match what was actually happening. Time frames are different. This would not be possible had this really been on the lunar surface. This time, we see the astronaut step backwards as he finishes shoveling. You can clearly see that one pile of sand is hitting the lunar surface, or the so-called lunar surface first, or the other. Let us take a further look at how gravity affects objects that are thrown. And of course, they did the same for falling objects. Whenever they could, they did event. Factor change to 50% was faked footage. There's only a few of them. I find them very interesting. With the astronauts jumping, at the same time, sand is falling, and you can clearly see that the sand falls faster. The moon speed that NASA imagery has been presented to us. Look at the way the sand hits the ground before the astronaut does. They should be falling at the exact same speed. That's what the hammer and the feather was all about. It doesn't matter if you drop at the same height, you land at the same time, because there's no atmosphere to slow it down. Slowing down the more air-resistant objects. So here, the sand is up with his feet. It totally clears out below him. Then he lands. In all of these examples, sand will always land first before the astronaut touches the ground. And here are a few clips slowed down. This is the and the more obvious ones to me. Sand is up there with his feet. Sand is up there with his foot. And it's clear it's falling as fast as it is gravity. Or because he's hanging from a wire. makes me wonder how NASA was able to get away with this. Here, we will go through some speed change events. Midstream. When we're looking at the footage, that is, it did it quite often. We weren't looking at the astronauts. And here we have examples. While we're watching the astronauts move around, they change the frame per second for various reasons. And quite often, early on, they get much. They were close to the camera or doing detail. So they had to look to make it more animated that's necessary to fool us. I found it, and I decided to look at all of it, and what I found was amazing. Okay. Sometimes they are significant, and sometimes they're not. I'm showing you all the ones that I found. However, during the presentation review, I will only show the most significant ones. Here you can see A15, the winner of this one. You can see how I eliminate most of them because you lack motion. So here's their version. Look how fast he's going. So down here he slows down. And my assumption is, as they were watching the footage, when they generated it, they said, he just looks too slow in the camera. We got to speed him up. Here it is at behind the factor. And I was analyzing the footage and said, why does he look like a clown? The same trick again. More than a few times, they thought it was necessary. There, it's hardly noticeable. Of course, we speed up the footage and, whoa, starts out slow, and then he just takes off. There's that spot back in time, and forward again. I don't think that happened in any legitimate fun except for on the moon. And so, I don't notice anything yet. It's a subtle change in slow motion, but when I was looking at it here, it looked fast. And I did the adjustment to look better. I'm sure I've missed many times exactly what the changes are they made. I just did the obvious ones. You see how the astronaut sped up in the middle of that. so forth. So I just took the opportunities to change, so that I follow the most likely. You want to go to sleep? Look at the NASA moon footage. We can't bear to watch it. Make things up a little, shall we? And now, back to NASA speak. So again, my standard way of showing this to you is my determined way that it was a factor that's to be utilized. There's a speech, and then I show you the NASA footage. And then I show you first created it, and which revealed that it wasn't normal, and I had to do something. So once again, let's have a look at this boring rover footage from this angle and watch the astronaut up and slows down at times. I'm sorry that I had to show you this footage. I had to. Here's the constant factor. Now let's watch this astronaut speed it up. This was an example. There's a speed 154, not dramatic. How the astronaut's in full motion. He hits the ground, starts his different stride, and allows them to hide the factor change. So the astronauts were hanging wires. We'll discuss that here. It's backpacks, so for possibly post-launch. You can see a lot of little items. You can research all of this on the internet. See the fancy outer structure. It's going to have to be pressurized. And well, it's got movement. And here's a diagram explaining what all of the parts of the are and whether or not they were used on the way them back, which we'll go over. It was probably modified and may not have been made of all of that equipment. They didn't have to do with all this stuff. More than likely, they pressurized the suits a little bit, as well as the water that went around when astronauts were testing the suits on the Earth. They still had to have coolant in there, but it need to. So much oxygen feeding because they were in an oxygen-filled set. And I imagine that they took as much weight off of these astronauts as they could so that they felt a little more comfortable. So that you can say everything was involved. This is the same structure, and here he is jumping on his sideways set. This is all simulated. You can see how he's strapped in, and his extraordinary abilities. This is what gravity gives them. Now he doesn't have the full suit on here. He does not have this on the moon too. In the NASA footage, almost nothing like this. He lands on his hands again. Extraordinary pressure suit. We're going to see tests where the suit is actually pressurized. See the comparison between the two. And these kitties. And you'll see a comparison between Earth's ground, which means no wires. And he's standing straight up. And the moon conditions are erosion down inside. It looks like the guy's walking. My factor change. Why is he floating? Because 83% of his weight is taken up by wires. He can't run. Fully pressurized, that is my understanding. Close enough to the limitations that the suit would provide. And as you can see, an effortless flip. And here he goes again. And he lands on his hands without a problem. I saw no kind of agility like this. See, every time they fall, and I'm floating to want to go down. This is some silly gravity test. Climbing into the lid. Look at all the cables that they have on him. I kind of think sometimes this wasn't produced to show, oh, look what it takes to hang the wires. It takes nothing like this is the Mormon comet. It's a box in the sky. To simulate gravity or weightlessness, here's moon gravity being demonstrated. He does a face plant to test the helmet. And here, he looks like a fish out of water beside them because he couldn't get up. He is trying to get up. Look how awkwardly it looks. It totally contradicts what Aldrin just said, which was his excuse for the slow motion. Pretty blatant if you ask me. And look how floaty he is. He can barely stay on the ground. He's got the backpack and a fully pressurized suit. And he's struggling to keep his feet on the ground. This is amazing. There's nothing like it in the footage. And where was the wire located? It was just one wire, I'm quite sure. Right in the middle. Right in the middle both ways from the front and the side. And it was made up of monofilament. Perhaps braided. Perhaps some metal. Whatever didn't show up on the camera. And come up with equations based on the frame rate. You can use a. If you're interested in this, you should look at it closely. I put all of it here in front of you. And if you're not interested, there's a problem. Otherwise, getting into this is not easy. So I don't blame you if you're not interested. You can go past this into the next section, but it does show you that any frame rate you choose. You can come up with counterweight level of default proper, so that combined with their counterweight and you'll see 50 49 frames per second and 0%. That means you film at the rate shown in a second, and it will look like it is falling. Here's our master rate times per second. You can see 4.6%. I was mentioning 46% earlier, 44.6. Count frames per second was not used. I just used. Here we have some examples. Some on behavior. Physics. On physics behavior. Astronaut behavior light by having the wire pulled at them from above. We'll go through all the footage. You can see all of the strange behavior. And we'll look at the clips that I think are clear examples of astronauts hanging from wires with approximately 44.6% counterweight. Here you can see these movements that they did. It's quick, sped up. Don't send them in the air. They do a lot of that. If you watch the Bob and Coffee footage, you'll see it. Anytime they start moving, you'll have to be ready to push up. Quit pushing up. He's going to launch. So, all of these clips you look at, you see it spinning because they've got that central wire going up. They're kind of used natural. You've got these four. That was all right. He's kind of swung back down again. The legs are not floating here. Here he's kind of spinning a little bit. And here his legs go right to the ground. Whereas in all the simulation stuff, the feet out because they're so light. Wonder if they're going to fall with gravity. And the wires back bending of this one at the top. You should look at that one again. It's about balancing that from the top. You see, first thing you can see them sway almost like they're in sync. Because sometimes they look like was for the astronauts to jump back on their hands when they were attached to their rigging. It didn't seem very hard for them as they almost went flying back into the air. So why don't we see that happening? I call this the rotisserie dance. A little too soon. And here again, we see the rotisserie dance. This seems funny and obviously in slow motion. Here's the motion aspect. You can see hopping and jogging. An extraordinary amount of it too, because a lot of movement on the move in the footage. The extent to which these missions are supposed to have taken place, it's really crazy. And the amount of running and hopping they did, it's very dangerous environment. Yes, watch the top of the screen and for moon speed. Bless them. You can see the factor change. Version obviously what it did denial of this point is fooling themselves. You can see the astronaut in the back trying to regain his balance. Here he's trying to regain his balance as in motion. That's just ancillary to the guy running at the he actually fun walking, more revealing, hopping and jogging because it looks like the guy's walking. He those wires up their back. To the guy on the simulation wire, which is one that has him sideways and view. You see long clips, and it's almost like your time to watch each individual frame as the astronaut moves. Even in this crappy his head. We got his wire, and he's walking. This is a 25 because he's doing detail. This is incredible. I mean, ask how many of you, I guess, you care, and I'm sure the packs subtle moments of him catching his balance and adjusting his step. Do you see how he's I find stumbling also very catching your balance, trying not to land on your slow motion. Here are a few examples of this. I have spent this was filmed in slow motion. It's quite obvious, isn't it? There's obviously oil in there. Just look at the way the sand behaves after the astronaut kicks it in the air. This will correct contains water or oily substance. It's quite a set. We won't look at all of them, but we will look at a lot of them. Wire. Some of the actions are noticeable as odd, and the most famous, as it really is. But this is a joke. I mean, come on. stump and jerk. And now the rotisserie dance. On a wire at the Rothschild. And here drops the package. This is just slow motion. Whoa. And again, they're aiding the astronaut. And there's no reason for them to even move slower. If you look at the wire analysis footage, later on you'll see them behaving differently. So the spasms I just found this as I was looking. I saw them being pulled off balance with a wire suddenly and then snapping to negate it. What is happening here? Well, worn backpacks, or at least most of us have, or pulls up on us. Some are snags that we didn't expect. Throws us momentarily off balance, even if we were going to fall. Respond as if we were, and adjust ourselves. These astronauts are being pulled up by a wire. The wire is actually pulling up on them, and unexpectedly there's some tension. Or something happens, or moles don't expect, and they react to it and adjust to it. They regain their balance. But for whatever reason, it feels like it's not pulling out much, and not as important. They feel like they're going to fall forward as they snap back, because they're resting on the wire. And one of the first things we should look at is the film gauges and how make this happen. So the film, 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter, 70 millimeter, as well as other film like IMAX. Then you can use a smaller to recapture it by using the optical printer and have plenty of resolution for the smaller format. With the TV Oh, I'm good.
Seriously, it's not like a Discord server; it's a voice chat.
No, it's a server as well. How'd you year for world peace? I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data is an influential person. And if that happens, and make you, your friends, your family, everyone you've ever met, essentially, financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure to charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you?
Have you
Your dog.
Yeah, I tried to buy some by a person. It's a long story. What was that? 2008 AA bond. How am I forgetting the country right now? Africa.
Africa's a continent.
Oh man. Yeah, I know the country in Africa though.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Thank you. Yes, Zimbabwean AA 2008 banknotes from their liquidity crisis they had overprinting their money before they got onto. Someone told me that there was going to be there eventually will be a global reevaluation against the petrodollars. The Chinese have been pandering for 2 economic cycles now during the downturns. The USD is the global reserve, and I can understand that it probably will happen at some point. America is weakening year after year as far as BRICS are getting a larger share of the purchasing power just because of their population as it is.
That's true.
But what you said more or less kind of reminds me of the things that Jim used to say. He told me like, yeah, if you get notes in between like Vietnamese dong and Iraqi dinar, like the Zimbabwean dollar, when they go to do the currency reevaluation, if you volunteer to do charitable acts of good, they'll give you like more money than you would have received just having those notes to begin with. But I'm always skeptical when people try to promise me the world. I would agree with you the fact that like data is very important because data sets in and of themselves are what are needed to train AI.
100.
It's statistics. Do you understand the statistics?
Yeah, to some extent.
Okay, well, to have a statistically significant result, you have to, and so any statistic needs to have a large enough of a sample in order to be truthful and like 100%. Things like that. To scrape everyone's personal data and violate their own privacy policies that they're supposed to be honoring for them stealing data off of people's phones that they weren't agreeing to have used or stored or saved for. Or how did you tell me you have more data of our personal information?
I don't say I have more data than the organization. I say I have more data than any individual. I'm live right now on 22 different on 22 different YouTube streams. So no there is live on that many multiple YouTube streams for years. I go on 24/7 for 3.5 years.
Hard you're doing?
Well, I mean, it backed up on hard drives to some extent, but I rely on Alphabet and Amazon servers to store the majority of it. I also multi-stream. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000.
Mm-hmm. And so you streamed all of them at the same time just to like disseminate your message that far.
Really to be uncancelable, so that if friends on hard drives, but certainly I can't store that much individually. So I'm fine by giving up my data to them in order. It gives people easy access to my data that I would know a convenient exchange for both of us.
Having this large data set, just of your other data you think you may have, are you like scraping people? Jeff Bezos doesn't have himself. Are you going to tell me that you were the individual in control of the largest data set?
As an video archived person in global history, I've the most amount of I have the most amount of my voice ever recorded of any person ever. That's what I'm saying.
So that just means that they're going to be able to voice your speech patterns, your face, and how you your emotional reactions.
Actually, AI can use as a basis to create whatever they want.
Yeah, but they're just going to steal your likeness. How do you feel like you're in control of anything?
Well, it gives me influence, so eventually people will see what I do. That'll cause people to gain
dollars, not necessarily people buying up houses. There's not a housing shortage. There's a liquidity crisis. There's too many dollars in the economy chasing goods.
Why did I click that? To be honest with you, it's a bot that I created that. Yeah. from anybody. So, and when everybody be able to keep their own. The course of the past year, and allows me to meet some really interesting people. Straight Savage, Amaranth. So
see how you're gonna make everyone financially independent.
Like financial independence for everybody's great, but things like ending world hunger, use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Ending world, one of the things that we do is we build wells and develop nations like Nigeria. To benefit the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Shark project and most importantly desalination ibex, which is by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the over a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I also talk oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cell, perhaps ambrosia therapy, and cold. They may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. I don't want my life to end, but my body's starting to break down. And this is all with their consent. But if they want, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic, whatever they want to be. But I talk to people about the opportunity to have the potential of a digital immortality, and that's really exciting. People.
I'm kind of ready to get out of purgatory. I don't know if I'm interested in uploading my consciousness into the matrix of the computer and getting further stuck in this between to the next phase. But I'm interested in the topics now. It's like a lot of these people, I don't know.
That people have hatred in their hearts, and I think example to change their minds. I get people in here after meeting you, I see that it isn't that. I mean, just as you came in here, I was watching a documentary. I watched Jewish history lectures. I invite people to learn about Judaism in any way they like. Those questions on Judaism, I do my best to be as open to people as possible. I don't speak on behalf of all Jews. I just speak on behalf of myself. So when it comes
It's just going to purgatory, or the place of waiting for all souls.
to the world to come,
And that's more or less what I see as far as you're talking about uploading your mind to the computer.
correct, essentially escaping them.
It's like the same type of thing, in essence. It's not spiritual, it's more a physical thing that we're manifesting in reality. But instead of just saying, oh, your consciousness goes to this area for the Messiah, and separate people out, it's like, and having to deal with the price of living again.
And you don't have to. You don't know what necessarily the next compass. Like I say, maybe it's a life where you experience pain, or you have special abilities, or you can be a different type of creature. These are all opportunities with science.
Humanity try to get back to a state of perfection if that sin hasn't been eroded away or at least accounted for.
We can always do what we can to try to live.
Even everyone else has a Garden of Eden in order to make sure that we suffer toil and have short lives.
Not necessarily. Melchizedek lived to 969 years old. Really, the 100 our teacher. So it's tradition since Moses that we've lived to 120 years old. There's nothing in the Bible or in any related. I would like to get back to days where perhaps if we want, we can live potentially in an indefinite future. That to me is exciting. And it really, and I talk about things like space tourism and space elevation, terraforming other planets. And when we start to get into that type of development, I really think that we can look at religious teachings to perhaps have, but to look forward in the advancement of society through science.
Up to Abraham, and now we're all just sitting here trying to follow the teachings of Abraham too. We're at a place haven't, it's like look at the world around us, it's almost like cage themselves and idolize. And it's, we're not appreciated from us. So the rounds about to mount for the original sin of Adam and Eve, and ourselves worthy again to be able to extend our lives indefinitely and live that for humanity. Bars that you are like, I know that they're probably going to achieve only people who count themselves as being Jewish or Christian or any other Abrahamic. These are people who complete off God as not existing and feel like they're in control of their own destinies.
Well, I really think at the heart, everyone is agnostic because no one truly knows anything. So if we have the humility to be able to admit that, no matter who you are, then you're able to take into account new opportunities, new types of sciences. It's not my role to be able to determine when the line is drawn as to whether it's okay or not to live longer than 120 years old. I just am essentially documenting society in our pursuit to be able to do so. We already have Neuralink, which allows for brain computer interface memory transfers on mice, be able to perhaps in the future be able to utilize that for mind uploading these things. I'm different than any other person who's just a witness to history.
I kind of feel that lives long enough, eventually you the computer and became part of some hyper intelligence, eventually you would lose your own awareness. You would become part of something else, or you would eventually like, your psychology would change long enough. I mean, people be remembering taste and sound. The synthesized versus the real is probably always going to be different.
Well, the
There's
idea,
the digital curve.
I understand.
Everything with digital is exactly round. Everything is in the process.
Can we real circles in real life, like perfect circles?
Sit out here and start carving arcs in the concrete, and if you go, maybe it'll look
Exactly.
for the atom basis,
Exactly.
computer resolution than the computer will. Everything that I'm doing is a higher resolution in real life than the computer.
Perhaps a computer now, but not necessarily a computer in the future. But in what you're saying is that humans can draw a circle, and I just disagree with that.
Right now, we can draw perfect circles in relation to computers cannot draw perfect electronics and whatnot. Trying to work on a sine and a cosine basis, they're going just flopping on a rounded error and an approximation.
There's no human on Earth, nor has there ever been a human on Earth who can draw a perfect circle.
Don't get caught up on like perfect, but trust me, to an than what the computer can do.
Okay, I mean, I just when you use the word perfect, to me it has a meaning. And you're saying extremely accurate. So
Something that actually you're just going to forget the sensation of what it meant to be human, and you're going to lose your humanity.
well, perhaps with modern computers that may be true, but with advancements in computers, especially in quantum computers and how to just store data, perhaps even better than we currently do.
Okay, so what about the Tower of Babel? Humanity forms together, tries to bring nation and knowledge of the world to try to challenge God and be like God and build a mega structure to do everything they wanted to, and God wasn't happy with that. So here we are again trying to like form a digital power to ourselves of perfect knowledge and of all the sciences and math and everything. We're at the point now too where like global language is coming together back again. You know, God dispersed everyone, mixed and befuddled their languages so they couldn't communicate and get back to the point of the technological height under Babel. We're at the point where English is becoming a major language around the world and is accelerating. I mean, at some point, God's going to intervene again, right? And that's what most of the Jewish people are waiting for is God to intervene again in the universe. And I feel like the more that we continue to try to challenge God and be like God, it's just a way to come back. And you know, I don't really know. Personally, on a philosophical level, I just would rather continue. Like, I'm never going to get a neural link in my brain. I'll just continue to interface with the computer. It's already bad enough that they can read my brainwave and my thoughts and patterns by the.
Whether I'm talking about life technology or mind uploading technology, if you don't want these things, it shouldn't be forced upon you. If you want to live a normal life of age 80 or whatever the average life expectancy, just those of us who perhaps want to and we shouldn't be from that kind of future if we want.
I want the 40 years of my life back that I'm supposed to be getting, and I want to stop being poor and not have polluted soil and polluted water. But unfortunately, everything is so expensive. I don't have that within me right now. I got to sit here stuck in the system, eating all of these fungicides and herbicides and everything else. I mean, some of it, you know, I eat a candy bar now and again. Not any worse for me though, really, at the end of the day than having to eat the bread that there is. What can you do to help people now? It sounds like you're promising to help people in the future. I'm suffering right now. I'm trying to like get outside of the continual cycle of abuse and my declining life well-being. I just like my life is in a downward spiral. And especially you coming and leaving the comment. This is a period of me like at my low.
That you shouldn't see it that way. It means that's for you. I hear the strife in your voice. I want things to be better for you. And when it comes to the food that you're eating and the water that you're drinking, those things, I don't control those things, but I'm in agreement with you. I want to avoid the pesticides and the herbicides, fungicides, and the insecticides that are poisoning you. I want to remove the toxic chemicals in your water.
And still trying to struggle to figure it out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to be one wealthy and independently rich. You got to be like on the Jeff Bezos level in control of billions. Like Jeff Bezos right now, if he wants wealth, liquidate all of his assets and take care of everyone, he could probably secure the bag for the next person on the planet, you know?
That's true. But perhaps we need a different system. Perhaps we need a universal base, at least for people in the Western world and eventually for people globally. So I can be an advocate for that.
Are you an actual Rothschild?
It's my last name.
Are you like involved in the family, or you're just someone far on the outer circle?
It's a large family. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So don't think that I control the banks. I'm just a normal individual.
Yeah, you're on the very far outside edge of the circle.
I can make phone calls that can perhaps change people's lives, but as of right now, I just choose to work on this project. It's something that I have a lot of belief in. There are some people who are positive of it. There are some people who are negative of it, just like with anything I do.
So you're over here trying to band into obscurity, so not necessarily in the good graces of those who matter the most. If you feel
I can make calls to get my accounts unbanned, to spread my message. If I wanted to, and I wanted to make calls and I wanted to ask people, I could get on the nightly news if I wanted, or in newspapers, or have press releases. I recognize. So, Diogenes, you should know. I hear the frustration in your voice about you. If anything, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life if you need it. I'm here to view on the world, and I'm really just here to give. If there's anything that you ever need from me, you ever need to talk with anybody, I'm here for you, and I want you to keep your head up, okay?
I need like $100,000.
Okay. Well, in the future, I want to be able to give you that and more.
I'm trying to get back. I need to finish out. I would like to go to some things I want to do, but you know, it's like right now I don't feel like it's the best time. I'm trying to figure out the ability and give other people the encouragement to try to continue to fight for themselves as hard as they can. But you know, I've lost so much last year with the way things have gone.
Okay, so you stream on YouTube, you stream on Kick, you stream on Twitch. Okay.
And most of the Kick subscribers are just bots.
100%.
It's not even like real people.
Yeah. Well, you mean your Kick followers, not subscribers, right?
My Kick followers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like people who come, or accounts that come through trying to get me to buy views and watchers or whatever, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Viewers and followers.
Well, if you want, I can teach you how to create a bot, increase the amount of Kick followers you have.
Somebody showed me, Alchibone was like showing me how people were doing it on the back end. He showed me a website you could go to, and you could just open instances. It was like the back end of Kick, that it was a door that was left open.
So those are viewers. Those are simultaneous viewers. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about followers. Basically, a bot that creates accounts for you. So whenever you're not using your computer, it's adding accounts to your follower list.
Yeah, but is that really going to get me anywhere besides just like making it look like there's something there?
That's what
I
everybody.
need real people to engage.
That's what everybody's doing. And when people see that you have 2,000 followers or 20,000 followers, they're going to be more inclined to follow you as well. Also, when the Kick staff sees that you have 2,000 followers as opposed to 25, more inclined to put you on that well. There's no way to view your follower list, at least as a user, and they really have to delve into your account to be able to see the followers. And you can use the I don't necessarily know whether these are real users or not. You use V.
Better
You would think so, but
use a V.
you would have it like a an infinite loop, always creating it. You probably get 30 computer, and if you're like, well, 30 an hour, that's not that great. That's more than you have in your entire over the course of. You get about, let's say, a little more than that. Let's say you get 100 every 3 hours or so. You're gonna have 1,000 followers by, and then so within like a week you'll have 2,000 followers.
You just cheat like everyone else. Why work hard?
Wait, and you know what, geez, I agree with you. I don't like it as much as anybody else does. Like, what the fuck? Botted.wtf. On Kick right now, and how much they're botting themselves. It shows you all of the data. So it'll tell you, like, for instance, like, I'll go to it right now and I'll tell you who's, I mean, basically botting.
Oh, I already know. I already know. And if that's not with the Kick staff interest to be doing something about it, because everyone in the general public knows, and they should have a better bearing on their own website as far as what the real metrics are.
I 100% agree. Competition with Twitch, essentially, and everybody on Twitch is botting. So because everyone on Twitch is botting, he has to let people on Kick bot. Eddie Craven friends on Discord, but aside from that, and outside from liking um the the people there know, it's just an easier platform to bot than Twitch is, though Twitch is as well. The one that's pretty tough is YouTube. Extensive, and I want to just do it for free. Twitch and Kick are the easiest. Or a laptop?
No, I'm homeless.
Oh, you're homeless.
I
Okay.
have a laptop, but I don't even have like regular.
What you can do is in the morning when the library opens, you go there. I can teach you how to put this bot on your computer. You create it, but it's not hard. It's just basically an automatic mouse mover, and so it's just an auto clicker, and it will the creation of either Twitch or Kick bot users, and then you just have them follow you, and then as that works, you will see the amount of followers that you have increased, and then whenever you stream, you're going to have more influence. Now, when it comes to $1,000 that you need, I can't, at least not currently, but in the future I'd like to. What I can do for you right now is just teach you how to create a bot. That's all I can do.
Like penny stock that goes 1,000 times over, so I can just invest $1,000 and at least get the money I need.
Yeah, it's not a penny stock, but I think Ethereum is probably a good investment for you. Solana is a good investment.
Really?
Absolutely.
I've already got some money on the Solana blockchain and some different coins on it, but
I think Ethereum.
oh, you're part of the Rothschild family. Where's the next investment they're making?
I'm telling you, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There's also Doge.
Yeah. Do you have KCIP?
I do not. It's known as Kick. You know? Multiple devices simultaneously. So I started up with 10 different Kick accounts. This was against their terms and conditions when I first started, and I would stream and not get really anybody following me or watching me or whatever. The subsequent accounts that I had, and then I spanned straight last year to the point where Eddie knows who I am, and their top developer, his name is Santa Maria, he knows who I am. He's made videos about me. Everybody in the Kick. I decided January 1st, 2020, because with the hopes of maybe they'll let me back on. A friend of mine who's a big streamer, his name's Ekledge on Kick, he told me, you know what you did wasn't that bad. Why don't you try to come back and stream? I tried to stream again, banned me again. We had an email exchange. They said to me, I said to them, man, yada, yada, yada. Eventually they said yes. I said to them, I mean, it's the year 2025 right now. In the year 2075, if Kick is still a thing, I said, that's correct. And I said, well, you basically leave me no choice then. I'm you then. So then I started the spam bots up better, and I told them that I would, and that I'd have more of them, and they'd be bigger, better than ever. And that's what I've done. And
Are you friends with Eddie then if you're just annoying?
yeah, so I did an interview with one of their creators.
Can you not get back on the platform?
I haven't asked him. Fake and Kick and the staff at Kick are the ones who've made that decision. I haven't asked him to come back. I'm not gonna infringe on our relationship like that. Frankly, I don't need Kick to be able to spam. It's more effective for me. See, my thing is data. It's not stream. I want people to be able to watch my streams 5 years from now or 10 years from now. You can go back to my streams 3 years from now and watch them. But Kick and Twitch, I don't really care about because they don't archive the footage.
Yeah, I get that, I guess. Yeah, Kick is pretty interesting. I don't know why. I guess it's, data storage is expensive. Trying to
Exactly.
keep all that data is an expensive endeavor. But, you know, it would be in Eddie's best. It's intellectual property, and him not staving it out of intellectual property he could have drawn upon.
I agree with you. I think it's just, at the end of the day, it costs too much. And he's a billionaire, dedicate billions of dollars to data storage. But even YouTube loses money on YouTube.
And make it dissimilar enough they wouldn't be able to prove it in court that they were stealing anything from you. But eventually that'll be how they'll gain their money back, is replicating human beings. And I mean, that's what they're already doing now.
Exactly.
As far as like the AI that they're making, being able to scrape all that data and just generate things.
Exactly. It's why they don't necessarily have any competition. They do have some that are growing, like Rumble and BitChute, but they're not as heavily accessed as YouTube. YouTube's essentially the only player in the long time data archiving game. If you have
an idea,
go ahead.
Ubiquitously as a way to store data, and there's things unrealized how to access those links. And I don't know why cryptocurrency is not utilizing the fact that it is a giant pool of data storage, and there's a lot of potential to store things.
And what's your
Especially
idea?
all these shitcoins people are making.
Well, and that get abandoned, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just, it's like empty data sets that are open to be able to be used.
That's true. I don't understand why it's not utilized either.
And it's not even people's. It's, you don't even need to rely on having a server farm. It's kind of like outsourced. It's something I gotta look into eventually. Potential to make some money off of it.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Odyssey. but Odyssey has a system, or at least did last I checked, where you'll be able to store your data. That might be an option. Basically, like let's say you want to live stream, that's cool. You have to pay 0.0000001 cents. That allows the site, the platform, to be able to store your data without losing money. There's another one that does this. Name's escaping me at the current time. It's not as big though. Just to have this much data and to be able to manage it, it takes a lot of money. That's why YouTube doesn't really have any competitors. That's why Facebook doesn't do it. That's why Amazon doesn't do it. That's why Netflix doesn't do it. They don't want to lose money on a platform. YouTube sees that if they do this, they'll essentially have a monopoly on all video content, and that's why they do it. And they have advertising that subsidizes it. Like with Kick, they don't even have advertising.
I think Kick is not. Kick is just a means for Eddie to get more people to gamble. That's really all it is at the end of the day. I don't think he cares about anything else besides bleeding money out of people from the gambling side of it.
That's absolutely true. Once you become a Kick partner, I've even heard that you're given a little budget or balance to use daily. And in your stream, they ask that you go to stake and just gamble on something. And you'll either win some, you'll lose some, whatever. But it makes your viewer base want to create a stake account and gamble as well. That's why they do it.
Yeah. I don't know. Should I not bother with?
Well, okay. So if your goal is a Kick partnership, first you need more followers. So I think you need like 70. Okay, and then from there, let's say you get your 75. You need hard. It's hard to get 100 people watching you at a time. So everybody that I've known who's got Kick partner, whether they want to admit it or not, has had to eventually go to a website and get bought.
What is the payout right now, anyways, for Kick partners? It differs.
$16 an hour.
$16 an hour to stream.
Yes, you would.
I just stream all day long, really.
Exactly, and I know people who do that. What you need to do is be eligible. So
I gotta bot my account.
I hate to say it, nobody gets anywhere without doing that. It's kind of it's the old adage, it takes money to make money. And the reason why it is the way it is, I feel, is they want to limit views or social views are going to be on, and so small creators who just in way of just one follower at a time, they'll really never. There's a guy who comes in here and he talks about it. He has not botted himself for a year. 200 people following him over the course of a year. That's everyday streaming. That's less than one person per day. He started to do is he got a connection with somebody who owns a server farm, and he botted himself for several months in a row, and he's Kick partner now. And that's basically what you're looking
How
at.
many legitimate viewers does he get though?
So let's say he will bot himself at 200 at like 300 people and then he'll get like 35 legitimate people watching or whatever you're botting. Like um, that's not a hard and fast rule, but apparently. So let's say you botted yourself with 1,000 people, you're gonna have 100.
I mean, it's pretty obvious when you see how slow the chats are.
Oh, you're 100% right. Definitely. You find like someone all the time. I don't watch him. I shouldn't say that. I watch his number Ross because he's a big streamer on Kick, and he just about every single stream has 50. You're telling me no one's talking with you, and her chat would just be a just a tortoise. And then you get some people, especially they'll get hundreds of thousands of people. 1 million people botted in one of his streams. It was the first time with 1 million people. When Aiden Ronald Trump, they didn't get 1 million people simultaneously. If you want, if you want to pay enough and get enough bots, you'll have as many as you want. Videos of just streamers who are like, hey, I only have 30 people watching me right now. Let me call my guy. They call their guy, and then all of a sudden it's 1,300. Like literally, they'll call them on stream. He is. I've seen him do that. I've seen some other people do that. I've got a guy who tried to get me to buy bots. I explained to him, look, when I first started, I bought bots, but it's very difficult to get seen. So I just didn't think it was in my best interest, and I kind of wanted to do things. He would tell me, yeah, right now I got a call from XYZ creator, whether it's Pussy or Aiden Ross or whatever. And they need pardon me, for 1,000 per month. It's like $5,000. It's quite expensive. So shop that kind of money. It's just however you want to do it.
I'm kind of like
Go ahead.
getting some okay engagement on YouTube, and I'm not botting myself. I don't know if I'll ever really kick. Got to buy
YouTube Shorts. get that, and using multiple accounts, I can post YouTube short loads to YouTube and YouTube, and I'll be like, "What is this clip with my like like promoting me?" I didn't on Kick, or I click someone on you. All of the simultaneous streams that I have, a lot of people are just like, "I've never seen so many streams at once." That's what I do. Basically, archive my life.
You're feeling like you feel like I just don't. I don't understand how archiving your life is going to set everyone out for
Pandemic up until the present day, that you can grow with them. You can see their changes in their stream, in their activities, in their interests. You can watch them mature. You can, whenever, like, the thing that any streamer has that always occurs is they have to go offline. They have to stop their stream for whatever reason, and they lose their audience. In my case, I don't ever stop, except, well, I should say every 12 hours I stop, because I want the footage to be archived. And if you do longer than 12 hours, at least on YouTube, it doesn't archive everything. It just archives the first 12 hours, at least to make it available to the public. It's still archived, but not available to the public. So I want people to be able to view it, all of the data. So,
I mean, I don't care how long you stream. No one's going to watch you all day. And on top of that, like, the audience is constantly over.
that's true.
I mean, they're not a portion of you in relation to all the other people they want to watch.
There are people who do, though. I mean, do you know about Lo-Fi Girl? She's a YouTube account that streams 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just the same song. And that person has over.
Yeah, she makes music and gets that to autoplay. That's different. People use that for studying and stuff.
It's the same song. She sang for like 3 years. People go in there and just study. It makes them feel good to just have a connection with other people. And that's how people are in my stream. Like Miss Aquarius, she's in here right now. She likes to sleep in here. She watches my stream. Generally, get 3 or 4 people in doing cameos. Once people know about me, I'll be able to make a lot of money. Now, to be able to solve world hunger and all of those things, that's a much bigger lift than just one person. But I can go back and watch their the history of their stream. That isn't currently a thing. It's basically like what people did in the past, where they would be a journaler or a diarist, someone who would write in a journal, or do it in a modern way through video.
Hey, I mean, I get that. I just people and
I understand, and that's why they don't need to. So there are already services for free where you just take 12 hours of my video and it chops it up into the most interesting.
decide what's the most interesting.
It's when you're talking basically whenever there's not dead time. It does that as well. It's not perfect. But there's another one that I used this week that was amazing. Joe Rogan podcast. Basically, you go and you put the link into this website, and it uses AI to give basically a summary of what's going on. Um, basically, stamps your whole video, and it was incredibly accurate. It was just phenomenally accurate. So I know we're just at the precipice of something real, and somebody's going to find out what I do. I mean, Eddie Craven knows about me. Action Man knows about me. Sam Bond, enough pestering, and eventually someone's going to find out what I do. They're going to find it to be very interesting. They're going to help.
Are you live streaming right now? You're live streaming all day, every day?
Absolutely, I'm live on 20.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of heard you say it. If you have anyone.
That's a good question. So I multi-stream as well, called You Now. Always says I have like 55 people watching me. I don't know if that's accurate, or Bigo. They always say that 150 people watching me. I don't know how accurate that is. Generally, each one of my streams has 1 to 2 people watching me, and if I have 2 streams, it's like 40, 50 people. They're dispersed, so it's not all in one stream. And then that's just on YouTube, or pardon me, on Rumble. I get another like 120 people per stream. So that's about 10 people an hour. So depending. And then I get on like D Live, I get another 40 people or so. And the thing is, I multi-stream on like 33 different platforms. So it's hard. I don't have like one way to just generate all the metrics. But as of right now, how many people? And then I have Discords that I'm streaming in. I'm also people's Discords. So if you combine them all, probably a few dozen who are watching me at this very moment.
Really, just a dozen out of all those nets. Cast.
Yeah, but I mean, this streams.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I don't know.
I mean, we all hope that things happen, accounts banned, or connect with them. They realize, hey, you're not that bad of a person. So what do you need from me? I say, I don't really need anything from you. Just
See. Well, I'll probably He's active bot too. And
Excellent.
probably
Yeah, I've been on StreamYard.
there's a guy I know. I don't know if he's even live right now. He's always on Stream Station. You might humble him a little more too. He's always so. He's got a lot of hubris. So it's kind of hard, really, to humble Delta.
Well, I'd love to meet him, and whenever you know that he's always welcome here, and so are you, okay?
Child.
I'm here for you.
Have a good night, man.
You too, my friend. Shout out to Diogenes.
What up, bro?
How you living, Mr. Meaty? What's good, son?
Man, I'm getting
Neil?
yeah. I got some crowns.
Some new ones?
Say what?
What'd you do?
I'm not going on my own. I've already done that before, and I know what it's. On the road for 6 years now. I did that before. Not just when I came back to Mississippi, but we got rear-ended in a car accident. And in the state of Mississippi, everybody in the vehicle has to give their identification to the police, and they so
Did you ever Mississippi?
yeah.
Wow. How'd you find out about me, Mr. Meaty?
We met before in another.
Okay. Word.
All
All
right.
right.
Thinking of cool nicknames.
So why don't you get outside of
I fuck
Mississippi?
with people. I'll change one. So,
But there's a chance they wouldn't extradite you, right?
but I'm getting an attorney who's going to help me. Maybe they can knock my charge down to 15 months instead of 4 years.
Right. Okay.
It's not going to be too different from prison. I'm around more people than I am now. It'll be like Discord IRL.
All right.
try to think of everything positive is all I can really do. Take advantage if they find me guilty. That's what I'm saying. I gotta get a good attorney
Okay, when's your next court date?
in September, but like I said, I can still appeal for a continuance.
Well, like, couldn't you just go to Mexico?
How's everybody been though, man? There's nothing there from the patrol level.
Yeah, but you're free, son.
I do have 100,000 pesos.
So go to Mexico, dude. He's gone. He went to Mexico.
meditate.
schizophrenic, psychopath, and then providing a video. Turns out he made a sex tape from before we were in a relationship, which I would be fine with. I don't really care as long as she's not going to kill me while we're in a relationship.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So
what happened is I attempted to beat the living shit out of him, lost, got back up, beat the shit out of him, and then I got in trouble. But what happened is I caused myself to have a suffer psychosis. Among there's it was and then a year passed. In that time, apparently her cousin and her have gotten together. Last time 3 years ago, I don't know. She's very active. He is. Which I learned later on that her uncle did. Which is, I got him in trouble. Turns out when you have schizophrenia, really review everything. And the guy who did that to her was friends with the higher up cop, one of the higher ups in the cop force. And so what happened was he left back in her religion, even though he had her and her mom tell everyone that he did to them.
All right, how long has it been since you've been with this chick?
Five years.
All right, that's a long time. All right, well, that's a big thing. You got to see if this girl.
I know. I would not hit. I would not hit on a. Yes, I have, and I've tried. But I'll show you what I look like. Look, I don't have a mic. Look, I don't look like I'm getting a light turning on my TV. I have two.
Okay.
I just got a haircut.
You look good. All right, so you can pick up some on the dating apps.
Jehovah's Witness, we're not supposed to have dating apps.
All right, well, are you religious?
Yes, I'm trying to be, but after everything that happened with me being raped, everything, I think I've told you about this a while ago. I realized that they don't want to protect. They say they will, but when I don't know how to explain this without coming off oh yeah, it's just religion, but they've hid the person. Well, I guess he did get disfellowship. They let who hurt my ex back into the religion.
Is your ex in the religion?
From last check, she's doing porn.
Okay, well, it sounds like your religion.
She's not practicing what she preaches.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds not even that religious, are you?
I believe in God, and I do believe what we teach. I don't trust them.
Okay, so then, if you don't trust them, then who says you can't be on a dating app?
Well, the problem is, I want to find someone who act I believe. It's just they let in, which is good because I have seen terrible people make a change. I have seen people on drugs for the longest time, and they just got clean like a few years ago. And I am super proud because of all the drama. But I'm seriously I'm proud of them. They got
like
called them. Think I'm schizophrenic, and one of them has a dude also. He just gives off this I'm a prick kind of vibe, that kind of guy. I pissed off the cops, so they won't help me.
No.
But I've also moved to Benton City, so I could, if anything bad happens, I could call the cops.
Okay, so
I'm good.
okay. I get that. Are you able?
My mom and my brother think I'm retarded. The easiest thing is they have verbally called me retarded. And my mom lets my brother say it.
Okay, I
I
understand.
would be homeless, which means I get taken off disability if I'm homeless.
Okay, I understand. So I get that. Okay.
What I don't respect is how they're actively dissuading people who want to join, who want help, and they don't let them get help. They need someone else to actively go out and actually preach or do what I want to go out in service. Great influence. He's truly a good person.
Can you live with him?
No, I passed, and I'm not a good and I can't take care of focus enough.
Okay.
I do clean. If I truly cared about it, I probably could, but I just don't care.
Well, I think you've got to take care of yourself before you get into a relationship. I'm the doc. I'm going to try area clean for a month. Happens. If I'm able to do it for 1 month, I'm going to try it for 2 months. If I do it for 6 months straight, and then I'm going to perhaps look, and in the meantime, I would ask the people in my community if they know of anyone who was also the same religion. All right. Well, you don't have many options, so
I know.
As for your
It
ex,
doesn't help that whenever I get I remember our old house from New Jersey, and that was I think 10, 12 years ago.
okay, life as a partner, if you don't have your own life straightened out, so you have to be consistent.
Yeah.
And part of your consistency would just be to keep yourself as no, to maintain good hygiene. That for a few months.
You maintain good. That is one of the things I do keep track of. I know better when I take a shower and everything.
Yeah, no, I get. You got to be able to clean up your area and get through these night terrors and these issues you have of sleep paralysis. And I think one of the things we talked about was wearing an eye mask when you sleep. And I know you said that you have to have like a TV on, which I get. I understand that. But you don't necessarily need all that blue light absorbed in your eyes. So wear a sleep mask.
The problem with getting a sleep mask is I remember that I actually tried it, but I had sleep paralysis and I could feel them on my cheeks. Trying to pull it off. Yeah.
Okay.
Like an eye mask. Like
So have you ever slept on your stomach with an eye mask?
rough, like an old wet tea. This was a long time ago. I think I might have told it.
Is no, I don't think.
I'm not gonna ask her out. She's already like so. From what I remember, she had such a bad self-esteem that she literally thought while I wasn't looking at, thinking about others, or not other girls. Like she was thinking didn't care about her when I would just be really quiet.
Yeah, you don't need that right now. You need to take care of yourself. It's not fair.
Yeah. What I mostly want is to just like I maxed out words for college. We couldn't go because we didn't have any gas. We didn't have money for like consistent money for gas. And so what happened is I just stopped going basically.
Okay, well, no one says you need college right now. You've got disability, so that's some type of income. So you just need to be consistent with yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
You be consistent with yourself for a few months, and then from there, if you feel like you can, then you can start dating another chick.
Also, I'm not sure what I don't. I'm like really under extreme situations. I get really terrified.
Okay. Have you talked with the therapist about this?
I have, and they left.
With the therapist currently? Okay, well, you need to go again.
On a date after quit.
Well, that's not appropriate.
I didn't report her, but she was weird. She was cool though. But whenever we would go to therapy, she would bring popcorn. One time she had a full bag of popcorn and offered me some.
Okay.
Which is cool, but I think she was literally there just to be entertained.
Okay, well, let's not worry about her. You need to sign up for another therapist.
I don't have the money for one.
Okay, doesn't the state provide you with a therapist?
I think so, but the ones that I've met either just question me, which is fine. I can answer the questions. I get really like tired over time, so I just like venting and talking and shit.
I get it. So do you have a caseworker?
Yeah, but they don't visit a lot.
Okay, that's fine.
And when they do get the talk, I don't get a talk in it at all. My mom has convinced the state that I'm actively retarded. And the only reason I can prove that I'm not retarded is if I'm off my meds.
Okay, well then you need to ask your mom to ask the caseworker to get you a therapist.
She won't listen to me. Literally doesn't.
Okay,
The only thing I ask for is if I need video games or I need something, and she very much takes a few weeks to do. Because she has to decide if it's like something I could deal with, quote unquote. Like she actually believes I'm retarded. On my meds, I think it was registered like 78 when I'm on others.
okay. So there's got to be someone who you can talk to about getting a therapist. You used to see a therapist. So
I had to move out of the house. I had to move out of the house for I think 3 months. And the only reason I moved back in was because one of the people smells like cigarettes and actively smoked weed in my room. And I couldn't prove it, and it spread throughout the room. Because it did.
Oh wait, and if she says no, then you say why not? And then if she gives you an answer, she just says you don't need that. You say I feel as I do. It helped me 2 years ago. But you can't keep talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. They break down and let you be able to talk.
Yeah, fair enough. But the one time I did ask for a therapist, you know what she did? Is she went to our elders, the higher ups in our religion, and they told me to just talk to an elder. I talked to the elder. Can you guess what the elder did?
I don't know.
Because all the stuff I was doing didn't last long because they didn't have enough proof since I told them I had schizophrenia. I should mention I had evidence at the time.
You just say to your mom, Mom, I'd like to see. If she says yes, great. Then you go see the therapist. You ask her again. If she would talk to an elder, you say, I don't want to talk to an elder. I want to talk with a therapist. Someone who has a medical license to be able to provide guidance for someone who has days. And you don't keep talking, and you don't keep talking, you don't keep talking. You let her answer. She'll eventually break. You see a therapist. She used to.
No, she didn't have any choice in the matter at that time. I moved out.
Okay, well, you could say to her, Mom, I used to see a therapist, and
Because you believe I have paranoid schizophrenia.
quit with that. I understand. And you can say, Mom, I have documented medical issues, and I'd like to talk with someone about them who's a medical professional, not someone from our congregation, and not someone in our family, someone who's outside with whom I can talk. You can be there if you want. I don't care about that. I just want to be able to talk with someone.
Yeah, I know. Can I just like use you as a venting area?
I'm not a medical professional and I can't give medical advice. So you can always come to me if you need help, but you need advice. And I'm recommending you seek
Yeah.
a therapist. And I understand that you've got some roadblocks to be able to do so. So the way you get through these roadblocks is persistence. And the way that you do that is you go to your mom tomorrow. You say, Mom, in a very professional manner, and you have to say to yourself, I'm not going to overwhelm her with words. I'm going to just keep it simple, and I'm going to say to her, Mom, I would like to see a therapist. She's going to say, Why do you need to see a therapist? You can say, I have documented medical conditions. I'd like to be able to talk to a professional about them. She's going to say, I'll have somebody talk to you in the congregation. You say, I don't talk to anyone in the congregation who's a medical professional. She'll say, I don't want to be able to talk with someone who's a medical professional. You can say, okay, Mom, that's fine. I want you to know in a couple days, I'm going to come back to you with this request. Let two or three say same way. Persistent. Mom, I'd like. She'll say, well, we talked about this with them. If you don't want to make those plans right now, that's fine. I'm making that in a few days. And so I'm making you aware as my caretaker, who you have to pay for, allow me to see a therapist once a month to discuss my. I have this issue. I have this issue. I want to see this girl. I want to see this. I don't want to do. You don't tell her stories. You just keep it short and you keep it simple. And she can keep rejecting you.
Meaning the people of righteousness shall enter. Beautiful kind of statement that encapsulates Lazarus' vision. Here's one more that I also like. This one is also a Rosh Hashanah card that happened has Russian again on one side of the ocean, as it were, you have these impoverished, exhausted, take together all of these ideas and express them in a way that would have century. So we come to much longer past that crowning moment in her literary achievement. She went on a trip to Europe. We don't know exactly what it was that brought her down. I've read that it may have been Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of cancer that unfortunately struck her at a young age. For a couple of years, her health waxed and waned. She ultimately went on a European trip, hoping to recover. They had to take a circuitous inspecting certain parts of Europe at that time, and unfortunately, she was illness while abroad and was brought a massive and a significant funeral here on the shore. When we think about her legacy, we can really reflect on a few salient points. First of all, as I've tried to say several times, she is the country. And in fact, informed the entire globe. Because when we think, when foreigners think of America, the Statue of Liberty gives voice. Secondly, as a Jew, she really was able to define a type of tense posture, a posture that we may choose for ourselves. But she essentially identified her Jewish heritage, a chutzpahdik towards anti-Semites, a non-tolerance of anti-Semitism, not necessarily to a traditional Jewish religious observance. She felt that the majority of American Jews since her time have also, of course, had an importance as a poet of America as a whole. The fact of the Sephardi Jewish background is intrinsic to the message that she articulated for America. And with that, I'd like to conclude this very brief presentation of some of the key elements of her life and work. And I want to thank you for your endurance. Next week, we'll return with a very fascinating story of the crypto Jews. What happens to those Jews who chose to hide their Jewish identity under a Christian mask, which they shall see the strange way in which they look upon their Jewish heritage is something of great fascination. Thank you very much. extremely powerful one that I've spent a lot of time agonizing over myself, and I've wondered back. We took a macro historical position and looked a little bit, as they say, from view at the development on. Today we're going to focus on the so-called crypto Jews. I'll spend some time speaking about what that terminology means, but based from the early 14th century. First of all, thank you to our and Dick Crespin from they were students of mine in adult education there for several years. They're very fun. Relationship with them. Sentiment from Crespin. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, good and welfare was going on next week. We have our final lecture of the spring season. Very important rabbi, extremely significant in Israeli on Friday morning. Really grateful for that because they speak on Saturday, and I said it's not happening. They said, okay, how about Friday? And it worked out really great. The topic is Ukrainians and Jews since Huri, first to the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, with which I am is probably the premier institution of Ukrainian study on the history of the Jews in Maine. So I'll be speaking about that. That's the last 50 years of Ukrainian and Jewish relations. Then afterwards, after Shabbos begins, I'm going to head over to Chabad of Harvard, where I'll give a lecture on my most on the section of Rabbbi, the Rabbbi of the Warsaw Ghetto, and I certainly encourage you, and especially watching from Boston or Cambridge. Okay, let's go straight to, now one last thing. In case I had to go up north, I did send out email, follow me on Facebook or Twitter or even Instagram, you will see these things. But if you want to get emails, what you do is go to my website, which is and you'll get updates on the classes, also the links to the video. So please do sign up. It's the way that I communicate with you over the summer as well, so you can prepare for the fall series. It's really an amazing piece of scholarship. I have to say to the internal realities let's get into the definition first. So what are we talking about? This is, of course, one of the famous pieces of art relating to the Benitos. When they were allowed to remove them, they were permanently placed in the churches with names affixed to them, so that the memory of a converso's flirtation with their prior religion, or even the sense of being hidden underground. Right? They're actually Jewish. They think of themselves as Jews, but they are underground Jews. They are themselves as this is a term that does not carry a lot of moral opprobrium with it. It's the kind of term that's in that status. They could be raised in the church from the moment of their ages. Once again, we were reminded, if you go back to some of the early they're also called new Christians, and the emphasis by the crypto Jews themselves and the Jewish community forced to become Christians, and they had no choice about it whatsoever. Sometimes they're called Mishumadim. I didn't listen, they were looked down upon, but primarily the term Anusim, or forced, was used. And finally, a term that was very popular about 20 years ago, but it has now come appropriately into disfavor, Marrano. Marrano is the Spanish word for swine. And so obviously this term was used by Christians as a derogatory term against there, so it's a crypto Jew, and so it's really not the appropriate term to use in this kind of context. We shall see many of those Jews came into their Christian identities, however tenuous, with very different motivations. Let's have identity spectrum, which is analyzed by Dr. Gitlitz of development of identity education for these crypto Jews. True escape. There are definitely many Jews who felt, for reasons that we shall see shortly, in fact, Christianity was a preferred religion, and that Christianity was closer to the will of God than, well, co-religionists to do the same. So you definitely have some, but they are definitely not in the majority. Then you have many who were converted, and especially their children grew up then in the church with the consciousness of their Jewish origin, but they kind of themselves as Christian reformers, or this is my term, neo-Protestant. They looked at themselves after being Christian for 20, 30 years, or they're Christian knowing that their parents were originally Jewish, and they said, you know, it really, it was terrible that they forced us to convert. But, you know, and here we are, and life goes on, and the truth is some of these egregious activities, and we can change. They were not like desperate or ready, would lend to the advancement of Christianity as a more humanistic sort of faith. Let us not forget that the Jews had a far higher rate of universal, particularly male baggage that legislative baggage is towering up class of wealth and status. Marrying into very high family. Jewish attitudes or behaviors. We'll explore the kind of punishments that would accrue to them if they were to demonstrate that they were identifying with Jews in any way or Judaism. So, but they resented the fact that they were converted. They didn't see a when they felt they have, by the way, hid their identity. The term Judaizing, by the way, is preferred by the church. So passive Judaizers, these are Jews who have converted to Christianity, who feel they simply cannot do so in the outside. Observe Judaism passively whenever possible. So, for example, they will not eat on Yom Kippur. They won't quite a risky act, as we see, and one could be exposed to the rigors of the even for doing an act of omission, who are the active Judaizers, and these are Jews who are, if one of them were caught, the entire group would be sucked to the Inquisition, an absolutely terrifying kind of existence. But this gives you a sense of like the very many ways that Jews put out. That's an excellent and very sophisticated question. I will give an answer for the people in the audience who may not have gone to type lectures, 4th century type. But here's the thing: the church, what do you do theologically? It's kind of like you think about a computer, and you get great Windows XP. I really liked XP; hardly ever crashed, right? And then all of a sudden, Windows comes out with a new model, and they roll out the new model, and they sell all new companies. Here's the new model. So what do you do if after 6 months we get 80% of Windows users with the new whatever it was 2000? But the fact that there's some people who are holding out and saying we want to keep XP going, difficult issue. How do you deal with that? On one hand, what you could do, you could extirpate them completely. God forbid, genocide, or any other form of like simply try it as a global society until the Holocaust. But let's say they did that. The theological problem with that is that there would be no surviving Jews around to testify or witness that the Messiah had come. It only counts if the XP user sees the new Windows and says harassed or punished. They're supposed to live in a second-class state, but we're not going to actually destroy them outright. So that's essentially church doctrine. The problem is, it's a very hard doctrine to, popular anger. Then we're into these like the Crusades, or like the massacres of the 14th century. And when that happens, what do you do if they have been forcibly converted? You're stuck with this idea, like we saw with Edgar de Mortara, that they are in fact Jewish and there's no Christian and there's no going back. So basically, the answer to your question is the church had a doctrine. There were things that happened, particularly from the lower clergy, the often illiterate lower clergy would stir up economic distress in the masses. Excesses like forced conversions, which generally said is a bad thing, it's against our doctrine, please don't do it. But nevertheless, once they're converted, now what do you do with new Christians? So it represents an attempt to deal with thank you for that excellent question. Nobody else asked any hard questions like that because it's going to take us way off topic. Okay, so how many some numbers are astounding. So let's just do kind of a baseline. And by the way, these numbers, their ranges between various campaigns of the 14th century. So by the time we get to the expulsion, a big population. The conversos were still associating with Jews. Marrying with Jews, still very much part of the traveling across the Mediterranean, or even the difficulty and expense of getting into Portugal, where only wealthy people got 8-month visas and so on. We're talking about 30 to 60,000 extra Jews converted in that decade, beginning with the expulsion. So we're speaking about somewhere just shy of 200,000 Jews who became crypto Jews of one form or another by 1502. And then if you look at, well, what happened to the Inquisition, the treatment of those Jews, 13th century to the 1820s. For centuries, borders finally shut down. We're thinking something like 25 to 50,000 Spanish Jews. 30,000 Portuguese Jews who were tried by the Inquisition in the colonies, including New World and so on. So we're talking massive numbers of people over a very long period of time following this cat. One of the sorry. So let's talk about how exactly did all these people become crypto Jews? We've spoken in generalities. Let's just dig down a little bit deeper. So the truth is, and here's another scene, by the way, of an auto da fe. Not all of those tens of thousands of Jews that are mentioned in the prior slide were killed, but a very large number, certainly 5 digits worth, were actually executed in the flames that were called auto da fe or auto de fe in Portuguese. Means the acts of faith. The burning was an act of faith. So here's a public auto da fe. You can see all the Jews here and their son Benitos, who are about to be executed. And it was a pageant-like environment where all of these Jews would receive ups by being killed. So it really starts, ironically, in France in the early 14th century. Jews were expelled there, and many of them crossed the Pyrenees from Navarre into Spain. Many of them were forcibly converted, and so these are the first real conversos that made their way into Spain in any numbers. But let us recall what happens with the economic level. We can never really lose sight of how these decisions and persecutions affect the economy. Realized the Jews had tremendous mercantile skills for the era. They had literacy, often in several languages. They had strong internal legal system of the Talmud that would regulate all of their interpersonal dealings, and so it was very easy for them, for Jew structure of trust that would enable them to engage in significant mercantile activity. So the only thing that really held them back was anti-Semitic legislation that went out of business in a minute because you would just catch a lift with legislation, and so there was economic unrest. A series of riots ensued in Aragon, which is in Spain, where many of these Jews entered. And after some papacy to bring in the Inquisition. They were established about 100 years prior, and the purpose of France was to try and control heterodox Christians, the Cathars and so on, who were abandoning traditional Catholic ideology, and the Inquisition was designed to try and root out that heresy. But it could also be used for Jews who were converted to Christianity, and so the king agreed. They invited the Inquisition into Aragon, and right away it started its nefarious work, which of course continued for another 600 years. There are sporadic attacks on Jews throughout as the resistance to these conversos grew, and there was when an archdeacon, Ferran Martinez, and archdeacon is a fairly low-level position. Recall that the lower is off get engaged stand on a soapbox and make a lot of noises, and they inspire never happens in the 20th. Typically attack the Jewish peninsula, and Jews are converted by the tens of thousands. Every Jew, sometimes multiple times, and this is where you get the bulk of the conversion. So primarily from massive people in 1391. But the fact is, this is 100 years before expulsion. Correspondence that survived with a Jewish man named Yehoshua from the town of Lorkei. So he's called Yehoshua al-Lorki. And Yehoshua wrote to Santa Maria and said, don't understand. So Lorki sort of proposes an answer to his own question. He says, the only reason why someone would want to convert to Christianity, he says, would be one, name of stepping back from religion as the problem and saying it's clear from the pattern of Jewish history, from the trajectory all the way from the destruction of the temples through the exile, the Bar Kokhba, that it represents the fulfillment of the prophecies of the Torah, and that's why it doesn't become Christian. Now, Lord T ended his course by saying, well, since I know that you are they're losing strength, they're feeling dejected, that where is God? Where is Mashiach? How can this just keep going on? And when you have these kinds of figures convert, it just will have less will to this. And in many cases, people actually act. Okay. Unfortunately for the conversion, Inquisition who remain Jewish, because they were not considered sliding Christians. They were just non-Christians, and they fell within the doctrine of witness. But once a Jew was baptized, that was it. There's no going back. Any Jew who consorted any of the Jews, let's say, who saw them, let's say, lighting candles on Friday night, perhaps placing them would be brought in. There would be horrific tortures. They would typically betray so many other people they knew who did the same thing. They would be brought in. The Inquisition was services, and therefore, if you liked your neighbor's cow, chances are an easy way to get it would be simply say that, they typically slaughter, or the Pope's hair is a device, and there are thousands of these kinds of things, a device that could be inserted in one of any orifices in a human body, and then later it could be expanded like this, causing crucial, agonizing pain. You have to imagine how these tools would have had such a horrific impact on the Jews at that time. Let us go back to these heroic crypto Jews and try to understand a little bit about what was their belief. I mean, let's say we have to imagine now, we're compressing several hundred years into less than an hour, 60, and it's already 2, 3, 4 generations. Anyone has been able to openly practice Judaism. The Jews who did not convert were exiled from Spain and Portugal. The Jews who converted were on pain of the Inquisition to behave openly in any Jewish form. Here's a Jew wearing a San Benito. Of course, you can see the humiliating hat and the face that's drawn onto the San Benito as well. And you can imagine you have to wear this for literally months if you were lucky and not be burned at the stake. So if you're like in the 1530s, the 1560s, there's no teachers. Who can you go to learn something about Judaism? There's no books. A Hebrew book would itself be a death sentence. No Hebrew books. The only exception would be medical texts. And so therefore Maimonides sometimes survived because he wrote so many medical tracts that were rendered sometimes to Hebrew, and also the ones originally written in Hebrew, like the Deo and so on. So you don't have anything to study except Christian materials, and you have to try and imagine what Judaism would do with, let's say, Christian translations of the Old Testament. You'll recall, if you were with us last year, we spoke about Uriel da Costa, a Portuguese Jew who was raised in this environment. His mother came out as Jewish and said to him when he was about bar mitzvah, "Listen, I have to tell you, you're actually Jewish." And he was so enthused with this. He was so, inspired by the fact that he was Jewish. He embraced Judaism. He was so happy to be there, but he felt crushing disappointment when he saw that regular Jews in Amsterdam didn't always behave with the high standards of the prophets. And he actually ate him up. He had significant mental illness. Ultimately, he was exiled from the synagogue 3 times. And the third and final time, he was actually forced by the community to lie down on the ground in front of the synagogue, and the entire community was walk over is back. Chilling documents in Jewish history. But he was like one of the up with give him that information. The things would be whispered and handworked. The constellations for the tribulations of Israel by Shlomo Uskwe that we talked about a few weeks ago. But they would have no source on were things that were visible. One of the most popular fasts, for example, surprisingly, is the fast of Esther. Why would the fast, you think, somehow retain more memory for crypto Jews than, let's say, I don't know, the 17th of Tammuz or something like that? That's right, because Esther herself was a crypto Jew in Achashverosh's court. And it was available in the Christian Bible. The book of Esther is there. So crypto Jews could read, could really identify with her plight. And when, by the way, when she said she fasted 3 days, the crypto Jews, not knowing anything else, sometimes they fasted 3 days as well. I mean, they really went to tremendous lengths to try and do what it says in the Bible. Well, they had to guess the Christian holidays. So they knew that Purim is 1 month before Passover. Passover falls Easter more or less, so they would kind of backdate it. Sometimes go by the Julian calendar and use dates, but they often really had no idea. They obviously wished they were Shabbat. Gender differences, women, than men. The depth research indicates that women are far more reliable repository of tradition. And you can look at a lot of different markers for this. For example, the age of intermarriage in America is men intermarry about 3 years before women do. Women will wait 3 more years trying to find a Jewish mate before Jewish men will. That's just kind of like an American example. But the practices in the home, all practices that are associated with the kitchen, the bedroom, things like that, tend to be in women's domains, and they tend to preserve it far more likely than men do. And we have similar statistics among the crypto Jews, at least in the 50s. Ironically, this even applies to rituals were associated with the loan. Circumcision, incredibly dangerous. It's a permanent mark, of course, and once you can't take it back. But women, crypto Jews, who wish to somehow identify, sometimes would actually, and this is a noted tradition, they would have themselves ritually scarified, usually on the shoulder. A small piece of skin would be removed as a circumcision to show their desire to cleave to the Jewish people. I think it's amazing that it has no source whatsoever in the tradition, but nevertheless, the idea that a woman would want so badly to identify with her people that you engage in this, it's a phenomenal thought. Ironically, one of the places where crypto Jews learn the most about the faith, and I'm going to read to you a little bit of one. The Inquisition, in order to root out people who are engaged in Judaism activity, would typically come into a town, or they would announce that they're going to have an investigation, and they would attach in public places a long list of potential crimes, and they would publish this instead of essentially saying, it was called the Edicts of Faith, also called the Edicts of Grace, and they would say, if you have seen any of your neighbors doing any of these things, report them immediately to the Inquisition. Jews in other countries. It was also encouraging it, although in a twisted kind of way. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing. This is like a 4-page document here in Gitzlitz's book, but let me give you a couple of examples. On a Friday afternoon, you could be killed for it. It's an amazingly frightening thing. Think about that next time we change the day pod. Or who have forged or deveined the meat they are preparing to water to remove the blood, or who have removed the sciatic vein from the leg of mutton or other animal. Like, these are laws in Shmita making animals kosher, vein, which are going to eat, saying, "Blessed be the Lord who has commanded us to slaughter in this fashion." First, testing the knife on a fingernail to see if it has a sharp edge, and then covering the blood with earth. And by the way, much of this material was revealed to the church by people who were physicians, and they would ask them to detailify them in potential crimes that would later be used against future victims. Or who have eaten meat during Lent or on other days forbidden by the Holy Mother Church, or fasted on the Great Fast, which is called the Fast of Pardon, going barefoot on that day, fast of Yom Kippur, right? Or will pray Jewish prayers, and in the evening have asked forgiveness of each other. The parents putting their hands on their children's heads without crossing them, or saying anything, or saying, "May you blessed by God and me," which is what I do every Friday night with my kids. And that's now put you at risk with that. Or who fast the fast of Queen of Esther, or the fast of Rabbbi. I don't know what that is. Which they call the loss of the Holy Temple, maybe Tisha B'Av, but I don't know what Rabbei means in Spanish. Yeah, something like that. Or other fasting weeks, such as Mondays or Thursdays. Let's see what else. Cutting nails and trimming hair, teeth cuttings, which in fact is the halacha, when you have your fingernails, you have to dispose of them in certain ways. Praying Jewish prayers while raising and lowering their heads, which are turned face towards the wall. Right, shuckling, davening by the Mizrach. Before they pray, washing their hands with certain cords or little strings from the corners tied into certain knots, or who are after they are baptized, they wash off the oil and chrism. Right? Like when they're baptized, they get rid of whatever they used to baptize them. Or who on the 7th night after the birth of their child, they put it in a basin of water, into which they place, washing the child in that water, saying, "May you be as well supplied with the goods of this world as in this basin." That looks like some kind of indigenous Sephardic tradition. I don't know if it survived. It's a Sephardic custom. Okay, in a bed? Yeah, okay. With water and stuff like that, and barley? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So there's a lot of things here. And so there's so many of these types of things. And the transcripts of the Inquisition trial
How are you, big dog? How's your day going, son? I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna beat you in this game so many fucking times. So, do you see how sick a shot this is? It might be one of the best that's I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. And if I don't beat you 10 games in a row, I'm going to be really disappointed in myself. Dude, that was a dog shit. Their shits are better than that shot was. You need to make this, Zoot. You need to make this. Zoot, you did not make it.
So I was told today if you have ADHD that IQ test might not work.
That's fine. Oh, that was the worst shot I've ever had on this hole, maybe. Oh, the fuck, dude. Dude, are you proud of that shot? Dude, your ball's going in the water, no doubt. No doubt the shit. Are you serious?
Hey, Rabbi, do you think I'm an intelligent person?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Word, dog. Zoot, are you proud of that shot? Oh, no. Fuck up. Zoot, you know we're tied? You're up, pimp. Are you ready?
Yep.
Are you proud of that shot? What are you doing to me? Look how sick this shot is. No way. You have a chance to win. Not by doing that, though. I'm going to give you a chance. Do you think you can make this shot? All right, big dog. I need to win the next 2 holes. And I'm
The thing about Tourette's, see that we can prove it actually exists because the pharmaceutical companies saying that's true, saying that's
have the auger. It's evident his threats.
Oh, stop. Zoot. Zoot, do you think I can make this shot to win? Zoot, did you see how sick that shot was? Remember what I said. I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. Zoot, are you going to go? Zoot. Oh, wait, we're playing a different game then. Did you see how good this shot was? It was not good. Zoot, you have a chance. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my shot? Okay, Zoot. But I choose not to. I choose. Stop. Stop. That's an easy water bump, son. And you left it short. Zoot, Zoot, I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. Don't miss this putt. You missed it. And I take the lead. And now I'm going to put this bitch in cruise control. Just for you, baby. Look how sick this shot is. One of the best shots
Just lost a little way.
You just what? Are you going to miss this shot and put it up pin? 3 holes to 1. Do you want to be interviewed or? Look how hidden. Okay, what are you going to do, Zoot? You've got a chance. One of the greatest opportunities of your entire career. That's a miss. That's a straight up miss.
Who's your favorite Batman villain?
Great question. The Joker.
Yeah, cool. I thought you were going to say Mr. Brave.
He's cool. No pun intended.
But, maybe.
Yeah, he has. Arnold.
Maybe
Yeah, he has. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he has. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
He hasn't been in a movie since Batman and Robin.
Right.
Which is
You should bring him back. Arnold Schwarzenegger should play him in. That would be big.
They should make.
Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, look at the shot. Oh, no. Too hard. This game is over, Zoot. This is 2 wins in a row. 2 wins in a row. Recognize how good that is? 2 wins, and you started the next game. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my shot? Oh, did you water bump me? No. Oh no, Zoot. Don't fuck it up. You didn't. What a great shot, Zoot. Zoot. Hole for you because I'm not good at it. What did you think of my drive? Zoot. I don't know, Zoot. Up your lead. Zoot, you just gave up your lead. We're now tied. Now it's a best of 3, son. Look at this shot. One of the best shots you could have ever had. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to say? What are your thoughts on? Yeah, it's like a bird. There's a song about Kookaburra, Kookaburra. What's that song of ours?
The Kabara said,
Good at this whole.
well, I'm worse. Rabbi,
Oh, that's not what you wanted. Zoo, what are your thoughts on my shot? Would you say it's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Zoo, you want to know something funny? It, and Smack Talks, Zoo. It's pretty baller. It already does. It already does.
seconds,
Are you serious? It takes the
what?
it takes
What do you think people do? Like, have voice in the future?
I don't know. It's the
Like,
it takes the um captions and then like on during the captions and puts it into like a summary. I mean, I don't think you need to be diagnosed with that one, big dog. That one's pretty obvious. That was a good shot, Zoo. 3 games in a row. You're up, big dog.
there's no real benefit of
Nicotine.
yeah, I can buy that myself.
Yeah, but can't you get like a prescription for it?
a prescription for nicotine.
Because then, like, insurance covers it.
There is. And then it works out that I'd be paying more for the diagnosis than what it would cost to spend on nicotine in a year.
No way, Zoo.
Yeah.
No way, Zoo.
Many things.
What'd you say?
I don't cover a certain amount of things, like mental health stuff. And more covers bigger than mental health.
Have you ever met somebody who's
Married, New Zealand.
New Zealand? Yeah. Have you ever met somebody who's married?
Yeah. So, other diagnosis.
I mean, couldn't just like a regular medical doctor diagnosed with like 1,000 things like last month? And you've just been like, look, the one that's obvious that I have is Tourette's. And it's obvious. Like, you don't need it obvious. Most obvious that you have. The first one you ever mentioned to me that you had is the one that you haven't been with, which you haven't been diagnosed. It's like that's the most obvious one. Do you think you can make this shot?
I mean, it wasn't on the first met.
No, it wasn't. One of only two people I've ever known to have it. And the other person, I didn't even know they had it. They just would like scream, and I'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with this person?" And Tourette's syndrome. And I'm like, "Well, what's Tourette's syndrome? Seems like the worst thing ever." And they're like, "It's this thing where uh, you have like tics," and I was like, "Terrible thing to have."
It's
Class together, and he was in the front row or pretty close to it, and would ask questions, and I just remember he has pretty good questions. Dog, that's 4 wins in a row, Zoot. You can make this shot, Zoot. You know you can. Perfect. 10 out of 10. How'd you like? Find the hole first. This sucks. You're up, pimp. I took a big risk, and I don't know if it's going to pay off for me.
What is the worst part of this?
Zoot, are you going to make this shot?
Hey, that might have been a good shot. It stops you from getting it in.
But I made a mistake. I shouldn't have. Zoot. Takes the lead. Zoot. It's the asshole.
Go for worst forever.
Look how good this shot is. Out of 10. Shots we've ever seen. Son. It's over for Zoot. This hole is over. 5 straight wins. 5 straight wins. Dog. All I have to do is stop. Zoot, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? that's the shot? Look at this shot. Look how amazing it was. Zoot, you're in trouble, dog. You're about to lose 5 straight. I'm about to come out just slug 5 straight games. Zoot, make it. It's over. 5 straight. You ready to lose 10 in a row? Let's see you do it, dog. Oh, come on. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Are you proud of that shot? Because I would be. Zoot, you have a chance here. Do you know you have a chance? Guess what, though, son? Guess what? Come on, baby. Zoot. That was not ideal. What are you gonna? What are you gonna do, Zoot? You have to make the shot. Make it. That's big time, Zoot. Good job. Terrible at this hole. What up, pimp?
$100,000, and someone told you that there was going to be a pharmaceuticals office was going to blow up, right? The main headquarters, main office for a pharmaceutical company is going to blow up. I gave you $100,000, and I told you, someone told you, you can short this stock with 100x leverage and make $10 million. Would you do it?
1,000%.
So you feel like the pharmaceutical companies are so you'd rather profit from that because
You know any of that stuff was gonna happen.
there's gonna be Yes, but they're all people who profited. Everyone there has profited from the pharmaceutical company. They're all the higher ups. They're not low class. They're not any low class like workers. They're all higher ups in the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, I still don't want people to die, though. I would see it as a purely economic move. So it's just like, I don't know. I would warn them. I'd be like, hey, we got this threat about your company, just giving you a heads up.
These people have intentionally or unintentionally killed thousands, if not millions, from their actions.
Yeah, I know. I get it. That's why I'd see it as an economic move. But I probably would warn them first.
Okay.
Zoot, do you see how good I'm playing right now? Zoot, this is...
What if I gave you? What if I gave you $20 million and it was a two? It was,
well.
you can't win.
You don't think I can win?
I said you can't warn them.
Oh, you can't warn them.
$2 billion.
Well, yeah, then I'd just do it.
Yeah. You're gonna save a lot more people's lives.
Oh, Zoot, I just had a terrible shot. Zoot, I just had a terrible shot.
$2 billion. You make $2 billion and you probably save thousands, if not millions, thousands of people's lives over time.
Okay, then that sounds like win. Zoot, you know you're...
Sometimes I stutter and very bad and mix up my words.
Okay. Is one of the words stutter and mess up? I believe I fucking missed that shot. Because of Tourette's? Or sometimes you just come in and leave?
I'm going and then I lose focus.
Okay, but Zoot, did you know you lost 6 games in a row?
Yeah.
Are you going to stop losing? Zoot, doing this hole in 2, that was phenomenal. Hole to none. Calm down, Zoot. Zoot, I'm asking you questions. One of the questions that I'm asking you is, are you going to lose 10 games in a row? Zoot, I've played the first 2 holes basically perfectly. Oh, Zoot, that dog. What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna make this shot? Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, that's not what you wanted to do. Zoot, you're gonna be down 3 games, 3 holes to none. You need to make this, or else you've lost 7 straight games. 7 straight games. This is unbelievable. Unprecedented ass kicking. Come on, Zoot, get together. Zoot, you've lost games. This is unprecedented ass. Seven straight games. It's really sad that you are usually not this bad, but I'm in your head and I'm dominating you. I'm like a bull, baby. I don't even need to score. I can just play defense. Make it, Zoot. Game is over, son. What is Zoot? You need to make this. Zoot games. And I'm going for a perfect game on this one. Rabbi has won 7 straight games, and Rabbi called the fact that they were going to win 10 games in a row. They are 3 games away from a record ass kicking. We've never seen such ass kicking before. This is 7. Once you hit this shot, we're looking at 7 games in a row. 7 games in a row. 7. 7. 7. What you know about 7? Pay me. All right, son. We're going for 8 games in a row. Zoot, you need to have a one-on-one with yourself. Recognize that you're not going to get your ass kicked. That you're going to win. I want you to win. Zoot, I had one of the greatest shots. What are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Are you going to lose 8 games? Zoot, are you going to lose 8 games in a row? Dude, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. Calm down, Zoot.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's still rude. Zoot, great job. Great job, Zoot. All right, Zoot, what are you going to do, son? What are you going to do, son? Shot! Did you see that? Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, you are down. What are you going to do? Zoot. Zoot, you're down 2-1. You're trying to avoid losing 8 straight games. You're down 2-1. Now, this is an incredible strategy that I have, and we'll see what you're going to do with it. What are you going to do with this? Zoot. What are you going to do, Zoot? Oh, Zoot. Zoot. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do here? I need one of the best shots in the history of this game. Oh, baby. Zoot, what are you going to do, big dog? What are you going to do? Zoot with a perfect shot. Oh, Zoot, I helped you. Zoot. No way, Zoot. No way. No way, Zoot. That's a miss. Oh. Zoot. It all comes down to this, son. Zoot, you have a chance to stop the bleeding. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? You are down straight games, and you have a chance. You have a chance, son. You're going to hit the thing and go in the water. I have a major opportunity here. Oh, no, Zoot. 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 What are you going to do, big dog? Zoot. Zoot, I missed again. Zoot. Okay. Zoot, we're looking at 8 straight games. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games. Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games. You need to focus, son. Focus. Zoot has lost 8 straight games. I think the most I've ever beaten you in a row is like 16 straight games or something like crazy like that. I could be wrong, but what are your thoughts on that shot, son? What are your thoughts on that shot, son? What are your thoughts? Dude, that was dog shit.
Rabbi, what do you rate that shot out of 10?
A 1. Make this shot and it'll be a 10. Make this shot, baby.
Oh, that's probably that'd probably be a 6.
That'd be a 10. And you're down 1 hole to none. You've lost 8 straight games,
No,
Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games.
I have correct.
Yes, you do. Zoot, make it.
Imagine my only tip was I had Tourette's and I just did it over and over.
I bet that
That
would
would be like the best.
a lot better.
That would be a lot less embarrassing than talking about circumcision in public.
Word, dog. Look at this shot, though. Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, it's your turn. You need to focus. You've lost. Oh, what a great shot. What a great
I'm trying
shot.
to quit smoking.
Okay, what have you been smoking aside from pole? What have you been smoking?
Shisha.
What is shisha? Hashish?
Like hookah.
Or it's like hookah. Okay. Did you know that you're down 2 holes to none? Dog. Dog, you are down 2 holes to none. You need the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Zoot, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever witnessed? Did you see that? Zoot, did you see that shot? Make this shot, Zoot. If you make this shot, you're still in it. What an incredible shot. What an incredible shot, Zoot. You get a clap for that. Zoot, that was phenomenal. Too bad. You're awful at this hole. And I have a really good way how to play it. Zoot, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, son? Oh, go, 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 go. Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Are you proud of that shot? All right, Zoot. You're down. Get it. Make a good shot. Zoot, that was a great shot. But my shot water bumped you and turned out to be the death knell. The death knell, Zoot. Make it. Make it. Just straight up make it. Make it the best shot you've ever had. If I make this putt, it's over. Is it? It isn't over. Oh yeah, it is. It's over, son. It's over. I've won. Oh, and my best hole. We end on my best hole. Dog. Zoot. Can you believe? Zoot. Zoot, you've lost 9 straight games. Remember at the beginning of this, I said I'm going to beat you 10 times in a row? Well, here it comes. You're up, pimp. Psych. Oh, come on. Are you fucking serious with that? That was bullshit. Zoot, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Maybe you have Tourette's as well.
Maybe. Make it, Zoot. Oh, what an amazing shot I just had. What an absolute amazing shot.
What are the chances that I've shaken hands with someone that you're shaking hands with, that's shaking hands with another person that, like, so on and so? How long do you think it before it would have got across? Think about it.
Maybe 2 or 3 people.
2 or 3 people.
Word, dog.
Well, have you shaken hands with anyone who's shaking someone's hand that's famous?
I've shaken famous people's hands.
Okay.
Zoot.
Why do you think 2 or 3?
Oh, wow. You almost had one of the best shots I've ever seen. I don't know, because a lot of people meet a lot of people. Zoot, you just...
Sorry?
I don't know, because a lot of people meet a lot of people. Zoot, are you aware that you are down 2 holes to 1? You've lost 10 games in a row? 9 games in a row? Pardon me. I'm going for my 10th win. Make it, dude. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Make it, dude. Dog. You just tied it up. Now it's a best of 3. Actually, it's a best of 2. And this is like my worst hole. Zoot. Zoot. Not a good hole, dog. What are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Look how good a shot that is. Zoot. Zoot, it's over. It's over, son. Actually, it's not. You can still tie. Here we go, baby. What are you gonna do, pimp?
So, Rabbi, sometimes when I see someone do something and I try to do it myself, I go, I get overwhelmed and I try to do it as perfect as possible, and I go to the most complicated thing. My mind goes to the most complicated things and it forgets to do all the simple steps.
Okay.
How do I fix that?
Well, by not hitting it like that, dude. Fuck you, Zoot.
What do you mean not hitting it like that? That was the best shot you could have had. Okay, that was one of the worst shots I could have had if you get it right. Oh, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
do you see I'm in one of the worst positions you could be in?
Yep, because my ball messed you up. I wouldn't flirt with that black shit, dog. Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. Zoot. Uh-oh, Zoot. Zoot. You need to make this in 2 shots. Zoot. It's over. I told you I was going to beat you 10 games in a row, and I delivered, son. You lost 10 games in a row. Are you ready to lose 11 games in a row? Zoot. Zoot, you need to focus. You aren't this bad. You do better than what you're currently playing. Zoot, are you going to make this shot? Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you gonna do here? Are you gonna have one of the greatest shots we've ever seen? Zoot, what are you gonna do here? Everyone wants to know. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you know you have a chance to win? Oh no, Zoot. Now's your chance to take the lead. Zoot. You've got a lot of pink shit you gotta get through, son. Zoot. Oh, Zoot. What are you gonna do here? Zoot, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna make this? Zoot. Zoot, are you gonna make this shot? Zoot. It's a best of 2. You're doing so well. And I have to go first? Zoot, you're up, pimp. Zoot, you've got a chance to win. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son?
Name one genius that ain't crazy.
What'd you say, Zoot?
Name one genius that isn't crazy, but there's like fucking many geniuses in the world, so it'd be your name.
Rabbi
I could
Rothschild.
just make like
Rabbi Rothschild, next question. Zoot, what are you gonna do?
genius.
Oh, for sure. Zoot, what are you gonna do here? What are you gonna do? No way, Zoot. Zoot, I have to make this now. Zoot, I have to make this. And I do. What an amazing shot I just had. Zoot, I just had the best shot you've ever seen. Now, it all comes down to this. You've lost 10 straight games. I hate this hole.
What is genius? What is genius is, man?
The ability to recognize patterns.
That's not what it means.
Hit that thing. Hit that thing. That's what we've made it become. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Hit my ball.
Was Rain Man a genius?
Zoot, I just beat you 11 fucking games in a row. 11 fucking games in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, baby.
Was Rain Man a genius?
He's a savant. Zoot.
But he could recognize patterns.
Yeah, and I bet he was better at mini golf than what you're playing right now. I know you can play better than this. Come on, Zoot, beat me. That's a really good start. Zoot, that's a really good start. Did you know that's a really good start, Zoot? And I started really badly? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
What was wrong with Rain?
He had a syndrome. Zoot, look at this shot.
Yeah,
He had a syndrome. Look at the shot, Zoot. Get it. Get it. Zoot, you, my friend, are up 1-0. Are you proud of this?
No.
Okay. Well, you should be. You've been playing like absolute dog shit. Zoot, look how good this shot is. Zoot, you're up. What are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do? I basically need to make this shot. And I did, because I'm a pimp. Zoot, it's a best of 3 now. You've lost 11 straight games. What are you going to do, Zoot? Hit my ball, baby. Oh, Zoot, that was the best drive on this hole you could have. Get in his way. Get in his way. Zoot, what are you going to do? Oh, no, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for this shot? Zoot, are you ready for this? Do you see how sick this shot is, dog? Zoot, do you see it? Do you see this shot? Zoot, make it. Zoot, make this shot. Make this shot, dog. Make this shot, dog. Zoot, make it. That's looking good. It's looking perfect. Oh, baby, Zoot. That's what I'm talking about, son. That's what I wanted you to do. You're terrible at this hole. Zoot, you're terrible at this hole. This is one of your worst holes. And you just had a terrible shot. Zoot, look at my shot. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do with this shot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, look how sick this shot is. All right, Zoot, this is a big shot for me. And I just hit it. It all comes down to this, Zoot. It all comes down to this. Oh, fuck this hole. You're up, big dog. You're up, pimp. Oh, Zoot, it's over. It's over. Big dog, you tied. You tied, big dog. Zoot. Make it, Zoot. Make it, Zoot. Zoot, you just tied. Are you proud? Yo, pimp.
What's the difference between autism and social anxiety?
Lots of things.
Like what?
I don't really know what autism is. Social anxiety is just anxiety when you are in groups of people. Zoot, good job. All right, Zoot, after beating you straight up 11 straight games, I need a break. All right.
I can't lose that off. I can't lose in another game. I feel like I'm just going to go on a losing streak in another game.
No, you tied for the win there, so.
I feel like if we played match punches, you beat me like 12 times.
Well, I don't think so, because that game's pretty random. What's on your agenda for today, Zoot? Zoot. What's on your agenda for today? Zoot, of all the games in Play-Doh, what's your favorite? If you had to just play one for the rest of time. Zoot. Zoot.
Fuck. Dungeon Tales.
You like that? You like that game?
I do, but I was kidding.
No, you're not.
No, it would be Moncala.
You like Moncala?
Sure.
I love that game, man. That's cool. Riser hates it. He says that it's rigged, but I like it too. Pardon me. You want to play it? Zoot. There's this thing in society where someone asks another person a question, and then the other person.
Sorry.
Do you want to play Moncala? Okay, you want to play Moncala? Okay, do you want to play Moncala?
Yeah, you were literally lagging out as you said it.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm saying now. We're about to start Moncala. I have to pee, but I'm still going to play. I'm just going to do it as I pee. Zoot, you just had a major mistake. Giant. Giant mistake, son. Giant mistake. What are you gonna do, Zoot? No way. No way, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up.
And fuck up.
Are you sure?
Yep.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
What are you gonna do?
Try to win, baby.
So I think I am gonna win.
I think you're gonna win too.
Is it the best move I can make? Probably was that the best move you can make.
I don't know, baby. Let's see. What are you gonna do?
Get out of the game that was long as possible.
Watch what happens here,
I don't
Zoot.
know how much that's
Watch what happens here, Zoot. 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 Zoot.
I made the worst move.
Zoot. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, one of my devices isn't
Yeah,
working. All right. Zoot, it's over.
I cannot win.
Dog, you can win. You almost won that game. Oh, that's wild. I knew that device was going to bounce out. All right, Zoot. Let's go, baby. You can get it. I know you can get it.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp. Yo, dog.
I think the Christian God was very weird. Not your God. Christian. The God of the Christians worship was very weird.
All right, baby. Zoot. Are you going to win? Zoot, look at this move. What are you going to do, son? You're up, pimp. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Dog. It's over, son. It's over. Dog, it's over. Dog, It is over. It is over. It's over, son. Dog, it's over. It is over. Dog. This game is over. Dog. This game is over. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You just had an excellent play. You're up, big dog. You're up, big dog. You're up, pimp. Big dog, you're up. Dog, I don't really know what to do. I don't know what to do. You're up, pimp. You're up, big dog. You may have. You're up, pimp. How did you do that? You're up, big dog.
Oh, fuck.
You're gonna win.
Why did you do that?
I didn't have another opportunity.
Could have gone for the A.
I could have. But you're up, baby.
Alright, do you say the move?
I'm ready.
Or you meant the move perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm amazing. What do you want me to do about it?
That was a good move.
Thanks, big dog.
But I'm in a savage spot now.
Look at this move, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. It's over for you, son. That's game, baby. Zoot. You're done. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, you're up. That's game, baby. 3 games in a row. All right, you got it, Zoot. You've got it. You got it, dog. You're up, pimp. Dude, I think I won. Dude, I think it's over. Oh no. Yeah, it's over. You're done, son. It's game, baby. 4 wins in a row. That was an absolute ass kicking. All right, you got this. Big dog, you got this. You started. You get the free turn. You're up, big dog. Free turn, son. Free turn, son. You're up, big man. Are you going to go? Zoot. Look at this move. Free turn, Zoot. Oh, this might be big. It was. You take the lead. It's over. No, it's not. No, it's not. Zoot survives.
Oh, fuck. This is not good.
You might win.
I don't think so.
I do.
You have to move to 10 or I take it.
No, I made a good move here. I fucked you.
You just won.
I drank your milkshake, son. 5 games in a row. I had to play.
Why does Raza hate my color?
He doesn't. He likes other games more.
bad at color.
He's not. He's pretty good at it.
Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You told the movie I was about to make.
Yeah, I did. You're up, big dog. I may have made a mistake. You're up, pimp.
Sometimes I don't think that was dropped in my head as a baby. I feel like I was thrown in pretty cool.
All right, big dog. You're up, my friend. It's over. Maybe not.
The other thing for me was
Have I ever been thrown through a brick wall? No, thankfully.
who's that? Rabbi, who's that?
Who's what?
I thought there was another person in the chat room.
No. It's your turn, though. Zoot. You're up, pimp.
Do you know what?
Zoot, baby, you're up.
Do you know what?
Zoot, all I know is that you're up, and it's over for you.
Can I go to the gym now?
Yeah. 6 games in a row, Zoot. Zoot, I thought you were going to stop me from winning.
Right. Sure, Rabbi.
Zoot, let's see you win, baby.
What's your name?
Oh, big move, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do? Giant mistake. You're up, pimp. You're up, Biggie. Zoot, it's over for you, son. No, it's not. Oh, no, Zoot. No way. It's not over for you. You might win. Zoot, you're going to win. Oh, no, you're not. You're going to lose by 1.
No?
Maybe not. That was the move,
No,
dog.
I'm not.
That was the move. We're going to tie. Well, good job. You didn't lose. We tied. Draw.
I didn't win, though. I need to win.
All right, Zoot, you'll get it. You made a really smart move there to not lose, which was very smart.
Oh, bro, I just had a tick and I slapped myself in the head.
All right, well, there you go. You're up, baby. What are you going to do? Excellent move, Zoot. You're up, big dog. Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Excellent move. What are you going to do, Zoot? That was... What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, is this game over? You lost by 1. Zoot, get a win before you're done.
Rabbi, so this is, I didn't tell you my last plan.
What are you saying, Pimp?
I told you my life plan. So growing up, there was this TV show. There was a comedy special I was watching. It was on the ABC, Australian Broadcast
Corporation.
Company.
Or whatever.
Actually,
Right.
raw comedy. I was like 7 years old when I first saw it, and I was just like, I want to go on that. And then I went on it. I auditioned for it when I was 18, and then again when I was 19, and I didn't get through because I was very nervous and I didn't have much life experience. It was really, really, really sucked. Okay?
Okay.
Really sucked because I got really depressed.
Okay.
So, now I have one opportunity where they only let you audition 3 times, and I'm going for the 3rd time.
Okay.
And this time I'm going to win.
All right.
I'm going to win the whole competition.
That's what I like to hear. What's the name of the competition? What's it called? Raw Company?
Raw comedy. I think James McCann was on it.
Okay. I remember you telling me about it. Isn't there tryout in January?
Yeah. Day after my birthday.
All right, big dog. Are you going to get on it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Zoot, you're going to win. No, Zoot.
I fucked up.
No, you won.
Oh, shit, yeah, I do. That was the move.
All right, Zoot. You won. Good job.
You know, I might not have seen it. I might have not seen the movie. You said, "Oh shit, you won."
All right, well, I'm glad that you won.
You know, you're the one that like told me that I won, and then I saw the movie.
All right. All right, big dog. Time to take a break.
I'm happy with that.
Good job.
Bye bye.
Yo, pimp.
Terms at $4,000 again.
Are you happy?
Yeah, it went from.
wires through the fiber optic to whatever is receiving the light on the other end. For instance, film. And that allows it to travel distances, and that explains why we have this lens distortion on the side. In fact, more than just the lenses themselves. This was all captured on a set. Huge set, multiple sets. There was probably a set for every location where they went to. Possibly reused, rebuilt, but they were highly accurate, built on satellite imagery, captured for the Apollo program. Highly detailed, highly accurate imagery. How big were the sets? Well, they weren't as big as the entire location visible in the scenery, the images, and the footage that would be observed. Might as well just go to the moon, if you could. So, how big were they? Well, if you reduce things, was it everything you saw? Was it just the close mountains? That's still too big. Well, firstly, it had to be enclosed. Was it this small? No. I'm guessing around this big, 300-meter diameter, or somewhere in that range. Background was a backdrop of sorts, such are used in the movies, but a very sophisticated one. This was an enclosed environment with a backdrop. The backdrop was projected with highly accurate model imagery created to match the set. Everything highly accurate to what the moon looked like, as accurate as possible, and then the higher detail was built up based on what they saw. There were advanced satellites and landers sent to the moon. Unmanned, they took pictures. They used that as reference. The projection method was photographs of the model with soft boundary and mosaics together, just like the panoramic images that you're learning about. Because of the nature of the moon, the grayscale, boundaries are fairly easy to do. Here you can see mountains in Cinerama. It's very similar to Cinerama technology in the 1960s by Douglas Trumbull. And here you can barely see the boundaries. In the sky you can't see them at all. You can only see them because you know they are there. And when you use a little more of your imagination, you can improve them. At the bottom you can't see them here. At the top you can. Here you can see the size of this projection compared to the audience. This is a graph of the setup. There are 3 projectors. This is similar, but not necessarily how it was accomplished on the moon set. But they had a camera on a model, turning around, taking pictures around the location. And what a projection will do was to change the image of the backdrop as they needed. And these are huge projections. That's not a difficult thing. As you can see, these are moving projections. The backdrops of the moon sets were still images. And here is a calibration for the 3 projectors. They were projected and used that to calibrate the placement of the images on the screen. And no doubt it did that for the backdrop. This is an example of the moon model. And you can see the lighting. You have multiple lights. There's the light like the sun, and there's a boundary, but it's barely noticeable of this very simplistic model. This is not an uncommon thing. You can see this in Star Wars. It had a backdrop. There in Hot Sea, and that's because it was all white snow. It's not that hard to make that look real. Really not, especially if it's on the moon. No one's ever seen it before, and it's just grayscale images. This is a real Apollo set, built outside. There's a giant rig that holds up the lunar module. So they practice landing the thing. It's a cheat, because it's hanging on wires, and so it's not going to flip over. There's doubts the thing would actually work. Here you see it's a cheesy looking set because it doesn't have all the detail that was thrown in. That looks like a model, but it was sped up. I sped it up so that we don't have to sit here watching the whole thing. You can find it online, but it is an example of a large set with craters built. It did a much more sophisticated, reasonable implementation for a hoax, obviously, and sometimes I think that these kinds of footage too, they throw you off. Well, this is the best best that we can do. It's the best you can do, really. So here we have examples of maps of these locations of the landings. It's generated from satellite imagery and highly analyzed. Here you can see the scale is 500 meters.
There she is.
And
Let's
you can see
unmute
this
you.
kind of stripping
Hopefully you're
as
good.
from the satellite passes,
Stay good.
passes, and we're probably
And
not seeing the full resolution they have access to. Here is about the scale of the set that I'm saying. The size you can see, and undulations there. You have plenty. You can make rocks and small craters if that's what
and you
you
won't
need
get
to
muted
do.
again.
But who's going to know? Even today, we don't have satellite imagery that gets any more detail than that, unbelievably.
All right, there you
At
go.
least we're not showing it. Here you can see the analyzation of the imagery. Grid. You can use that. Grids are great for reproduction in smaller grids. Here is an extraordinary thing in Cinder Lake, Arizona. They used explosives to create craters based on the ejecta and so forth. This is an accurate reproduction, life size, of the moon's surface to a large degree. There's the actual satellite imagery on the right. This is the stripping that came from the satellite processes that were joined together and mosaic. And on the left is the reproduction. And that's a huge reproduction, but not as big as the set I believe they created for doing the fake footage. But this is an extraordinary thing. It shows you the accuracy of the moon mapping and their ability to reproduce it. Here is a computer model based on the mapping. This is what Bell Labs created. They used it to plan out where they would go with the rover or the slopes, interesting and so forth. We're not using to plan out vantage points for cameras and so forth. What you want to see and what you don't want to see. Or it's going to be problematic. You plan out the sets. Everything was in place. Full simulation program, full mapping program. These highly accurate sets was better than anything that was actually used in the Apollo training program. And this is some supporting documentation for this military imaging. These are the first maps that shows where they went. You can see the LM location. This is Apollo 11. You can go very far from the map and show marks of what they go to. Those funny looking circles are cratered. And you can see Apollo 14 here. They actually went farther out at locations with those happening. I think it's around 500 meters and 1,000 meters here, and it's not as far as you may think. However, 15, 16, and 17, they actually went kilometers, 2 kilometers down to the reference. They were pretty far. There's various locations. You can see 1, 2. That means which day they went out. Because they went out on 188 each day. Where certain stop points are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Where they had stopped and filmed with the rover, they had set. So someone can do their due diligence and discover how many sets they probably created. This is my simulation. Just walk up again. Here we are at the landing location. This is a set reproduction, so to speak. In the foreground, actual sand, and in the background, it's a backdrop. And it's very similar to watching the footage you've already seen. And if you look closely, you'll see later they had multiple lights, but they're flagged off, meaning blocking their light shining on the camera, and they overlap softly. Because of the undulation surface, you'd never notice that there's multiple lights. And here, I took away the backdrop so you can see. This is the set without the backdrop. Very, very revealing. This is where they were. I bring in the backdrop with my colorful grid so that you get a sense of the wall. And Because of the nature of the moon's surface, you lose distance, perception, and so forth. So they got away with it, a lot of that. It helped them, in other words, because you can't tell how far away they are. No one really knows the makeup of the moon anyways, and none of the footage was used for reference. You can't use it because there's no reference as to exactly where you are, so any discrepancy could be sold off as, we don't know where the camera was. There was no GPS, they don't know exactly where it was. So there we are, on the moon's surface. The model is used to create the imagery in the background, and identical reproduction to that scale for the sand, and so forth. There's a little the lightning backs, no diversion. Show you what happens when we take away the set. Just the model, and of course the astronaut disappears too. It's different. It's not going to match up perfectly. You'll be able to find out later when they look at the back footage, but it's close enough, certainly for this. So photographically, they almost definitely modify the photographs that are taken of the model to match with the set, and modify the set to match with the photograph. So the edge boundary was seamless, color-wise, velocity-wise, and so forth. They may have even adjusted it for light, because no one's going to know that it's slightly off from what it was actually be. We saw it on the set, how this was built. And if you were on set, and they moved the location of the camera, they just changed the image. He started to use it. This is where you can see the dust of it. It doesn't stay dirty. Sand is sticky because of its jagged instead of smooth like good sand, which is absurd to me. Sand is sand, jagged or not. It's not going to stick to a suit. The reason it is sticky is because they had a mixture amount of oil or water in it. It doesn't take much. I did my own test. Go buy a bag of sand. You need a little bit of cooking oil. Just mix in a few drops with a handful or even a bowl full of sand, and see that it starts to become malleable, almost like clay. And you can find the proper mixtures so that it doesn't dust. Meaning you don't see particles fly up in the air when you kick it. But it looks like they used a lot here because you can see it sticking to the machinery as well. In fact, the dust is so sticky, it's stuck to metal. They call it moon dust. It's moon sand. And these are some of the clearer examples, probably because of the overblown suit. And the dust is not. The sand is not reflecting. It's dark sand. But they said they had problems with dust and the sticky dust. And here you can see other examples later on when I show miscellaneous set stuff. You can see how the sand behaves. Oily sand, oily watery sand, oily sticky sand. I mean, just look at that piece of equipment. It's absurd how much sand is stuck to it. Here, it looks like he's been playing in oil. Perhaps the leaky seal from the rover's hub is spraying oil on him. Who knows? Here we have panoramic images generated by NASA from astronauts. They did what I call the panorama dance, where they did this odd little dance in a circle as they bent their knees and tilted the camera upward, because it was the only way that they could change the vertical aiming of the camera, and they have quite a few panorama images here. Here are some multiple ones from some sets and single ones from other sets. And so this is another tool for
Extracting the stream rate from,
more fully
and it can almost be like listening to
I'm
like
separating
a phone call, you know what I mean?
looking at a lot of things I will be looking at.
But if that person is actively participating in your stream
Locations actually being set
and
as
they're reading your
limitation
chat as well,
photography and distance differentiation. Distance limitations
it can be beneficial because then it's like, okay, well, people don't just have to like you, they can like the person you're talking to as well, which is what my girlfriend would do. She'd get in a Discord call.
These are the photographs that we'll be looking at. You can see that I'm doing a fake rotation at the top, basically just scanning the panoramic image, which is essentially almost like spinning a camera in a circle. These are straight from NASA. I've got no modification other than the graph you see I'm putting at the top and so forth. It's kind of obvious what I've done, as you can see the photographic images changes as the astronaut made his turn. But here I'm showing that it's important to being on a set. There's nothing about these that say they could not be on a set. There's nothing about them that says they're definitely were on a set. And that's the advantage of the photographic limitations and the nature of the landscape. It's just great. You know, it was like which direction the shadows are going.
Look at this. What else are some folks?
I can't remember. I have to hear it. Oh.
It's a very, very simple set. Hills here. Creating hills on set.
Damn it, no.
Dirt.
It's like that.
Simple
Oh,
things is not a big deal. And these are enclosed sets. They have to be enclosed to control the environment so no wind gusts and so forth occur. That can be a 10. It's not a big deal to create a large structure. One of them has to be a crane. A simple pulling up the astronaut's wire. These are our far locations. Looks like we're looking sort of there, and it's just a simple set. I've led to the backdrop that is not as simple. On this one, we're actually behind the lamp. And as you can see, they always get at night. And here you can see the sunny side. Did most of the action on the dark side, the shadow side. Here, we're near the edge of the set here, and the main part of the set is on the other side of the lamp. This is the same footage, I believe, angle of the scene. This there's the lamp. We were just on the other side. You can see there's the rover. There's the lens flip. It happens once you get light from a light source almost directly entered into the lens. And lots of trash. It seems like this, and even in the stereo photography a little later, you'll see all of this is supported by the depth perception. It was flat after a certain distance or fake. Saying that these are exactly where the sets ended, but saying that they could be where the sets ended and it would work. It would take quite an extensive analysis of all the footage captured at one location to find out more precisely where the set ended and backdrops began when it was implemented. There's nothing more that I would love to see, as if some enterprise set people or a young person, i.e. the word thing, would go through the trouble to properly analyze what. It would be very neat to see. Here we are in a crater. Building a crater is not that big of a deal. You can make it out of a bunch of dirt piled up, wood, modeling material. You can even put some kind of hard surface material on top and then cover it with sand. I imagine they printed it with sand in the sands and they had some kind of sprayer, top spraying colored sand in patterns based on how they sort of had the world created. I refer to this process as shotcreting. They did the same thing on the model. You just plan out how you want to recreate it, projecting, spraying the sand, paint, and what you have. And here is all the sand, and they did it in layers. Darker sand underneath if you needed it, lighter sand on top. You went through the trouble of figuring out how many layers, patterns, putting certain color sand down, and so forth. And then the rocks, and even more sand on top of the rocks. I'd love to see how they especially design and manufacture this process, but it's not, certainly not even close to being beyond human capability. So here it looks like there's hills in the background. It's hard to see before. Now I have to remove the hills and see the road over there. the detailed imagery. That would be a smart thing, but they had limitations. That was all made up. And we haven't got any kind of actual highly detailed reproductions this time. Again, just a set with a now there are so only the left eye sees the left image, and the right eye sees the right image. You can cross your eyes until the features match up. Merge the two together at the top left. I'll show you which one. It's an opportunity. I suggest you pause as you want to see one, and look carefully at these with the yellow arrow. It shows you where the line is. The images overlap. They're not ideal. I did scale a little bit so they more closely match. It's good enough that you can see that there's a flat. My understanding is stereo after 30 feet. Fine. As which is apart, no divergence, and that serves them well because that ain't the way the astronauts turn. It's possible there's more than 2 inches between the images as far as where the camera was they took the images. Perhaps could go 100 meters, not before it's up. None of this imagery shows us going that far. You can see they don't go very far before it goes flat. So stereo images are certainly not proof it was on the moon. And they supported it was a set, not proof it supported it. Some of them are extraordinary. Then we'll get to those. It looks like you get a flat surface going in the distance, but in stereo, well, there's a wall, and it's a limited stereography, and, well, a wall. And the split is not necessarily where you think it would be. You can look and see, and look at the stereo and see where the split is. I added the names of the source photos at the bottom so that you can look on the NASA website at your own convenience. You can also use the cross-eyed method to bring these photos into a 3D view. Here's the rule. Using the cross-eyed method, you can see that it what a beautiful backdrop. Here we are looking down a hill, but we don't go very far before we lose our stereo. images to us before it's flat. Here's another one, right up close. The other thing amazing that happens is your brain seeing indicators of this photographing was not designed for stereo, so they almost did very little stereo photography. They did detail images around, so this is using information photography in an unintended way to extract information from it. This is a slight overlap, not nearly the overlap, but the others. You can still see the split lines very close. Zoom doesn't change stereo. This is reference between the lamp and the ground. This is an example of taken from two different locations, so you can kind of extract on the set, and you get an edge of that. So here we get this. Fancy visual effect that has to do with loss and technology and creating and virtual reality over simulator. There's some footage there. I think it was created on the simulator. Basically, a model was filmed. And the camera was on the rig and filmed the footage in the background or in front of the fake lunar model. Set up of the model under the snorkel lens. And I think it was a DAC. It was filmed in very low frame, so and it's possible that the movie was animated. Here's examples from the early 1970s. This is Don Dijkstra, who was a student of Douglas Trump. And in the summary I go over this, I find this extraordinary models were used, narrated. It just blows my mind. Look at this mobile camera across a tiny fake road footage. Here's the rig, the camera rig. It's used extensively in visual today, and this was used to create city planning or something. I don't know how much you got paid to do this, but it's extra. At the time, was this, nevertheless, especially when you get to the nature footage in the end, whether it's upside down or sideways, it's hard to tell here depending on what they thought worked best. Here, a couple of astronauts coming to enjoy their simulation ride. How this helps them, I'm not sure, other than planning this. The other thing to keep in mind, not the footage generated, but the camera moves. That's the what motion control is. You create a camera view, you record it in the computer, you can reduce it again and again and again. So you can turn the camera to the right, turn it behind you, and do some passes. You can do frame by frame. You can do one frame every 2 seconds, one frame every 4 seconds, however it works best for you to generate the imagery. The camera moves forward, takes a new picture, moves forward, takes a new picture. This is another simulator. They call it the LOLA. This is footage generated from the model, and they have a camera rig set up. You'll see I speed it up. This is like their speed, and I sped it up so that you don't have to sit there and fall asleep. There, you just saw it speed up. You'll find when you look at the landing footage later, it's very similar to this when I speed it up. You know, this doesn't look as real as the other footage does, but they did a more sophisticated implementation. Here's that setup. Cameras on tracks. It's all computer controlled things, and they've got their accurate mapping. They're making sure that the model matches accurately to the mapping because the astronauts are that's just what it looks like. Highly accurate model. And when we get closer here, you can see and find detail that this thing. This is a model. Those are look, there are tiny rocks, all kinds of subtle detail happening in this thing. And if you made the models as large, imagine the detail you can put in. You can put sands on it, a few fake rocks on it. The sand will move. Look at this huge set, a huge model. You guys at the bottom standing next to it. I don't know what this was. They had a big front setup with a camera setup. It necessarily was in view, but it was used to generate shadows on the surface. So here, I think these photos were generated in the middle one. There's a shadow of the antenna. Sometimes it's because of the shadows, some because they had a rig to generate shadows, so that when it projected it on the screen in front of the simulator, it had a shadow to make you think they're really there. Another example you can see, but it's rare, right? All of these images, they only have one shadow, so it's quite possible the graphics were used in the cameras. Possibly they had a setup with the camera, and instead of doing this, like they did in Star Wars, you have these guys coming and going, and call the host something in the bag of proper shadow. Here I'm showing an example. And here we're going to add a little extra little bit. We're adding plums and stuff. And here you'll see that it's all together. This is the base of the left dimension. Top. And now we will add the actual footage here. I'm not going to show it all to you, but you can see more in the appendix. It's quite extensive. Things that landed on the moon. A lot of unmanned things. The rovers went pretty far. There are a lot of opportunities to see what the moon should look like. And when stitched together, I can tell you so here, I stabilized the changing the line here. It had to be done by hand because the tracker doesn't like. See that shadow on the lower right? This can be a setup. I bet if you look at this clip, when you look at the whole clip, sometimes they mixed how they did it. Sometimes they filmed it with the models of the astronaut on the ground, the other astronaut sitting in the rover, and the reflections are just the landscape. So I think it's quite possible that this is fake footage. They're not on a set transfer to HD. Thank you very much. Transfer to digital format so that we can analyze it for actually done on a model. The Venom was a model with sand on it, certainly. Module landed, and it was open, except for the landing part. When they had a simulator action sand clear, it did a mixture with masks and stuff, which dissolves into the So it's very accurate. It's very landing. It seemed real. Fortunately, at 14, the sand did not obliterate the gibbers, the crater shadows. They change. It's one of the shapes of the surface of the crater shadows. More often, that. The camera, I suppose, they looked in the filming through, they try to give me the one on the left of the door. In this view from the outside, it's all on, so I had to turn the image so that you can see. The framing is the reference, and here we're coming into the craters. The thing is, to your right, you can see just above the middle, and the shadows, if you keep an eye on them, you can see the two shadows there. The shadows are shallow. It's not so clear to the initiated eye, but for me, it is very, very dark, very clear. It's not just an illusion. Here, it's just caught a little shadow. Zoom in to make it a little more obvious. Now that's very detailed. In one, the shadows are really low, in the other, the shadows are higher in the crater. In fact, you see it jump. That's quite a feat, but it does accomplish the effect, right? They claim this is gas distortion. There's a lot of distortions taking place, which view it will be a little over there. We can see how this was done. The different setups, all here, two different setup model setup. The lighting is quite different the way they had it set up. And for the scene shift model, the same setup, shifted a little bit. So here's the shift that'll look just somehow I put the model obscured by dust, right? This is a little more accurate to this is, guys, the distortion taking place. And simply because they're spraying sand out of the nozzle and performing and assuming that they're in the bucket. This is not what we are seeing here. There's another discrepancy here. That's because one was a model and one was a life size. There's a chain curving here. Detail. I'm not quite sure what it is. It fades in and then fades out. But there's no reason for this thing to be changing less. Change of shape. I think that was Trumbull is likely to try behind this. It was the 2001 Space Odyssey visual effects mastermind. And a lot of experiences. They They worked with all generate PR stuff. Generated was Cinerama and immersive cinema. That is, immersive cinema ordinary how his career parallel the ability all of the special effects. Scared to tell us in his own words. Get into it right away, and I'm going to take it pretty much chronologically, so I think it'll make a certain amount of sense. When I was just out of high school, I studied to be an architect and photographer, which I had done all the illustrations for, which were part of the to start doing some preliminary design work for 2001: A Space Odyssey, which at the time one of my early pencil sketch lunar base. You would see some similarity here to the horizon of the moon, the Earth in the distance, various kinds of lunar modules and stuff like that. You know, like 2001. But I wanted to digress a little bit. So 2001, you know, you have a lot of storyboarders we worked with them, very simple sketches almost, but you see shots in the movie and then coming through the nozzles of the supposedly jet engines or rocket.
Yo, what up? How are you, King Kwan?
And we had blasted
Kwan. How Oh, tight. Okay. Are you on Kick?
Yeah, bro.
Word, dog. Millionaire. How's your day going? You love it. You fucking love it. Your friend told me to do it.
Yeah, I don't leverage it.
Your friend told me
I
to
don't
do
even
it.
have no friends.
No, you don't. You're right. But I do it because I'm your friend.
Bro.
Apologies for my bots. I stream my life 24 hours a day. So I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen Big Brother.
Okay, excellent. That's essentially what I do. I'm live on 22 different YouTube. How does that sound, son?
Bro, that shit sound goofy as hell, bro. Your ass ain't never gonna.
And I've got over. No, go to Bible Rabbi, VIRALRABBI. I've got like 48,000 subscribers. You go. There you go. I've got 10,000 on Instagram.
Instagram is shit, though. That's gonna be shit, bro.
All right. Well, I'm just letting you know. So what's good with you?
Just chilling, bro. I just seen you. I don't know. I was looking at my clips. I was wondering for a minute. I'm like, it says like YouTube. I don't know how you did that shit. I don't know if you just clicked my shit or something. I don't know how that shit works.
Word, dog.
I don't really know how it works.
I created bots, dog.
Created bots?
Yeah, robots. No, just do it the old-fashioned way. I use macros. I program them to essentially create an account, to make a clip of someone to follow them, and
Yeah,
that's what's up. Gee. Man, you goofy. Word, girl.
Streaks of green light to try to make it look real. So working on the big stage, one of the big stages at MGM, the space station set over here, and the moon bus set over here. This is the moon bus set being built. Several shots of that. I designed a lot of these moon terrains. I had a lot of arguments, discussion with family about what we thought the moon was going to look like, because nobody knew. There hadn't been any satellites or anything that really had looked at the moon surface in any detail. So this was kind of a Chesley Bonestell, rocky, craggy terrain kind of thing that he wanted. And I was actually going in another direction, which did not make the cut. Here's me working on my moon terrain, which I thought was, in retrospect, what the moon is like. It's very round, it's soft, very coated by micrometeorite pack. It's not craggy at all. These are some early designs. The Discovery spacecraft went through a zillion different iterations. Stargate was going to be a slot inside one of Jupiter's moons that they go into. This was actually a very early hypothetical rendering of what the pod might look like at a very early stage. This slot in one of Jupiter's moons was going to be another little universe down there that didn't belong in our universe, and they had to go down there. These are like two pods looking down here. They're going to send probes down. There's a whole bunch of things that were just experimented with, drawn, discussed, and deleted. This movie went through a tremendous process of how you take a problem, work on it, discuss it, solve it. And try simulation ride with all idea of hydraulic motion bays and a capsule with people inside, which I'll show you later. It came back to the future ride for me, which was a lot of fun. And the ride called Center Ride, which never came past, which was really cool. I'm sure we're going to do this pretty soon. Let's bring a minute. And so we filmed it with the camera moving for a minute, projecting these films. Everything that never seen was happening in real time. And you name it, was really wild. We started developing special electronic 70mm projectors that could run second electronically, did not have a mechanic. One of the things this show scan thing led to was an experimental film, which I'm sorry I can't show you. Knew the size and shape of the screen. And it's like I said, well, if we shoot in show scan and we project it in same scale as the theater itself, I'm going to do this illusion. And so we had this scene, we projected a really bad movie screen. It was kind of a fake documentary. They everything over possible thing. It goes out of frame, it goes out of focus. Door. There's a door he comes through and he comes up to the audience. Just catching the light from these house lock show. It looked absolutely real. It was indistinguishable from reality. And his feet are on his feet tall, and it was all in scale to my theater. And like Steven, when I would get to this point, they would get up on their seat and start leaving the theater, shaking my hands, saying, "God." Very inexpensively. I'm working with a guy named Scott Lasmandi at Hollywood General. I think his word gizmo device is going to cost about $5,000 instead of the original one that costs $900. And I'm using the Canon 7D with some attachments. It's a very inexpensive camera. It's high definition, 1K by 2K, 24 frame movies, very inexpensively. And I'm having mid-level priced and I think we can start adapting this for 3D production as well, because the 3D cameras we're seeing these days, the IMAX cameras have been like the Cinerama cameras were. So we're in an early phase of 3D. I went to NAB just a few months ago in Las Vegas. It's all the latest 3D camera rigs. I got to tell you, it's noisy, fat, heavy, hard to align. They create all kinds of horrendous post-production problems to composite. It's going to come out pretty soon. Spectacular space experience. Probably the closest thing to what even hypothetically designing what a video might look like. Automated lighting, very limited sets, a very smaller stage, a smaller crew, faster shooting, increased production value, and lower costs. So there's a lot of benefits to working this way. So I'm working on this whole idea. There were perhaps a few agents in there. The only people talking to the people on the moon were the astronauts themselves. They were the ones that did all of the talking to these supposed astronauts on the moon. That's not real, and not everyone in this picture landed on the moon. But I believe there were mission control. There were astronauts there, and they were the only ones that were allowed to talk to the astronauts. This is control. He's Intel likes to do this. It was infiltrated, but I believe it was designed. But we are in communication with the gods.
Fucking finally.
No, just randomly.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm well, thank you. Just enjoying life.
Okay.
Own.
And what's the main goal of this book?
To create clips. It publishes them on media.
That's nice, actually.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
A little bit.
Okay, what's going on with your computer?
And so you like leave your Discord in the clips you mentioned, right?
Find out about me from Kit.
Huh?
Did you find out about me?
No. I found you randomly, but I just asked. Yeah, like I found you on one of the clips of the guy who has like 10 followers.
Yeah, that's probably right. So it was on on Kick?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that guy didn't pay me, but sometimes other people pay me to do projects for them.
Okay, I got you. So like if I were a rich streamer, I could hire you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. That's nice. I want to leave your contact.
You want to what?
The shop.
Absolutely. You're welcome here. I stream my life 24 hours a day, so I'm always live here.
Okay. You do great clips.
Uh,
Like I'll thing like this boss doing this.
yeah.
Oh, that's genius. We should stay in touch. So we will go back to fixing our computer.
Okay, best wishes with that, but come back whenever you're ready. find me. It was Isn't it alien chasing? No, you're an alien. It's alien chasing, baby.
championship at WCW. That was great. They didn't tell me to report my phone. Eric Bischoff took me aside right before I was almost ready to go to the ring. We're switching the belt. And the whole is like, we're on national TV, not like a pay-per-view, just on like a live show on TV. Well, it's 100th night, Joe. You just throw the fans a little boo. You're right on. I go, what's the finish? Torture rat. Stick the rat. That was a mass respect for me.
Same old. You did it.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Are you ready to lose?
No.
Yeah, you are.
And 25 years ago, how many people could read and write?
You mean globally?
What percent?
Globally?
Yeah.
Read and write?
Yeah.
Maybe 10%.
10%?
If that, yeah.
I feel like that aspect is the reason for a lot of religions being created in that time. Because
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
what about in how many people could read and write in Jerusalem? So that many people would have been listening to stories.
That's correct. That's correct.
But 9 and 10.
Correct. My question for you is, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
If that's what I wanted to know, that's all I want to know. So you have an invitation. Let's see. Let's see what you've got, dog. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off? You're up, Cam.
I've noticed something. When speaking to left intelligent people, they often predict things to happen without backing up the facts. So That was a very good way to flex your life.
Word, dog.
For the rest of your life, what do you pick?
On here,
Just any game in general.
like Grand Theft Auto.
Skyrim.
All right.
I put the most virgin on.
Look at this move, Zoot.
Game that like women like it. Looks like a video game women like to play with men.
I don't know if they like to play with men, but a lot of women like to play The Sims.
Yeah, fuck that.
Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Back.
Okay, what are you gonna do about it, son?
Goldman. I just lost 100,000.
You did not. You're up, pimp.
Best news here.
You're up, Kemp. It was a great. You're up, Kemp. You just fucked up, son.
Stop.
It's over for you, big dog. Big dog. We'll do it after this game, son.
Okay.
Do it after this game, son. Dog, I fucked up. Dog, what did that mean? For an American.
Why do you feel that?
Have you ever been in an escape room?
Yeah.
Did you do well?
Once with my family we did terrible, and then last year with my ex-girlfriend we did okay.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Was it the best you've ever had in your entire life?
What about the gift she gave me?
What was it?
She gave me a gift for the escape room.
What did she give you?
Well, she gave me we went on
This was November.
an escape room.
This was November of 24.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just doing okay.
Okay, why don't you hit her up?
No.
Why not?
I just had to end it. For,
Oh yeah, this was the chick who just wanted your money.
Yeah. She wasn't a bad person. She just she was just trying to escape something.
Do you miss her?
I've missed being around someone. I don't know if I miss her.
She hot as fuck. Okay. Hey Zoo, remember you were gonna get pictures of yourself for social media, and then you always say you're gonna do it in 2 weeks. What the fuck happened to that?
I'll do it in 2 weeks.
No, don't give me that bullshit. What do they call chicks in Australia?
$45.
Wait. Who?
Secondly.
Wait. What do you mean? They say it in Crocodile Dundee, dog. Dundee. So have you ever called a girl a Sheila? Have you ever Sheila? It's just a question.
It's just a question.
What'd you say, pimp? Zoot, I'm going to ask you again. Why haven't you ever called a girl a Sheila?
It's disrespectful.
Why is it disrespectful? I'm asking you a question. Why is it disrespectful to call an Australian girl a Sheila?
That's not what we're told.
What are they called?
Women.
Okay, but why wouldn't you call a girl a Sheila?
Because Sheila and I.
Oh, like for a woman?
Oh, woman? His name's Sheila, and you call her Sheila, but you don't go around saying Sheila. See? Because, no. Because Sheila is probably a very common Australian name.
Is that why?
Oh,
That's why they do that. That's why they call them Sheilas.
that's why he.
But is it not common?
No.
Have you an Australian chick named Sheila?
I've never met anyone called Sheila in my life.
Okay. Have you ever called a woman Sheila? Okay. Why don't you start?
No. Because I'm not fucking 60 years old.
Okay. But I mean, maybe it's like a good thing. Maybe you should bring it back. Maybe the reason why it's no longer popular is because you don't do it. And you should start doing it again. And make it super popular. Isn't that kind of sexist? Zoot, are you going to the gym tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay. When are you going to get your pictures taken?
Um, 2 days.
2 days. So you're going to get them taken.
Saturday.
Okay. Are you really going to do it?
Saturday's great day.
Right. So you should have said 3 days, not 2 days. But that's cool. Are you really going to do it?
No.
Why not?
Need to find a photographer.
You can do that really quickly. Go on. $19.35. What? Mm. Thank Damn, God. Welcome. How are you, 965? What's good? Can you hear me?
What's good, bro?
Yo, dog,
Yeah, I can hear you.
you gotta be.
Yeah, I am.
How'd you find out about me?
You gave me the
Okay,
born in 2020.
18.